Hello everyone and welcome to the Gamestars League for Brawl Stars Season 1. It's still the international finals, we've still got plenty more days to come, but we're now at the final parts of the group stages. It is Group D, and then straight after this, we're then going to discuss the playoffs afterwards. I am Lethal, joining me is Teddy, my partner in crime throughout the entire process of this tournament. Teddy, how are you feeling? You feeling alright?
Man, I'm super thrilled about today. It's our final group. And you know, we already got quite a couple of weeks behind us, a couple more days to go before the end. Those are the results from the three first groups here in the top 16. Navi and Kozaki going through for Group A, Big Clan and Zero Zone Spain going through in Group B, and then Group C was SK and Reply Totem. Was a bit of a surprise as Tea Drinkers ended up losing their final match against Reply Totem, effectively giving Reply Totem their spot in the top 8. This leaves us with Group D, the final group here in the top 16, with AC Milan Clash, Noble Elite, EXO Free Agents, and Team Activium competing for a spot in the final playoffs.
Yeah, no more British teams, Teddy. It was a sad day yesterday. I think my heart sunk with them. So, never mind. We'll crack on anyway. To me, it's ended, but no, I'm only joking. Group D, you're right there. It's going to be Clash, Noble Elite, EXO, and Activium. Still going to be a very good group. Still a few heavy hitters there. Clash, of course, don't really need to talk too much about them. They are one of the biggest teams in the region, along with EXO. So a lot of David Goliath matchups again to start off with. Normally, the open match, we've seen it a few times where the both of the heavy hitters do actually go straight off the bat, but not this time round. It is going to be Clash versus Noble Elite. EXO will play Activium straight afterwards. Still, the standard rule set, best of 5, best of 3 in each set. And now it's going to come to the final two teams and the other two teams going home. So pretty big here. Noble Elite and Activium have had their own obstacles, hurdles, you could say, like trying to make it all the way to the top 16 into this group. It's been a real struggle for them, and the struggle is going to continue. They're not made it easy for themselves, but if they do somehow cause a catastrophe in some way, because I'm not gonna lie to you, I could easily say that, oh yeah, Clash in EXO will probably make it through this. I will still agree with that fact, but what we've seen the last 3 days, you couldn't make this up even if you tried. Not even like some fairy tale story could make up some of the things we've seen the last 3 days. So Group D, I hope it's going to be as formidable as we've seen in the other groups, because it's been ridiculous, Teddy, and I've loved every single minute of it.
Yeah, man, I think we've had so many different upsets already. Of course, having some different maps than in most events does mean that the wins are going to be a bit more volatile, and we have more upset stories. But guys, we got a bit of a video ahead of us that's going to be on the side of Noble Elite. Let's give it a look.
In there, we have got a little bit of info from him to see how he feels going into the international finals. But curious to see how he's going to feel after this match, though, because it is going to be a right slobber knock of a match. The winner's match, if we do predict it to be EXO versus AC Milan Clash, then it's going to be even more exciting. But you never know what's going to happen here. After seeing Totem take down T-Drink as Frio like it's their day job, it's just absolute madness. But Teddy, though, it's going to be the opening segment so far. Normally, these first 2 matches are pretty standard, and we do expect what we would normally expect. And then later on, it's just, unguarded territory pretty much in terms of like what we think is going to happen next. And look so far. Okay, a Frank 10 times. That's interesting to say the least, for the BB 9 times, Poco 8. But on the other side, pretty consistent in terms of variety, with Liverpool using max 8 times. But yeah, like I said before, just a nice variety of ballers from both sides.
Yeah, Clash is one of those teams that had the possibility to play some very repetitive comps throughout the, just not really reveal anything that they would be playing later on in the event, and also for the Brawl Stars Championship. So that is why you see them pretty much only playing that one comp. Unless they were forced to play other stuff, that's what they were playing. I think now it's going to be a bit of a different story today, especially with the match against XOFA, where they won't have that sort of possibilities, right? They'll have to play Super Series. Like, look at that, just from qualifying really early on. You can see on the stats from Guille compared to Spews that he's had to play a lot less. It was a lot of a simpler journey for them, a lot of a shorter journey, but they are in the same position right now, and nevertheless it is going to be Clash coming in as a favorite here against a Noble Elite Croco.
I love that. He's got 2.5 times his KD, and he's just looking at the screen going, and what? What more do you want? Do you want me to go at 3.0 KD? Like, what else do you want me to do? And then poor guy Spuse on the other side has got like negative 30 something KD, poor guy. So literally the comparison is literally just opposite ends of the spectrum. Let's have a look at the ban zone anyway. Let's see what we're going to be dealing with here. And we do have the Stu, and we've seen the Amber the odd time here and there. There must be particular reason as to why, and I think this is the problem. You say, well, not the problem, but I suppose it's quite good in terms of Noble Elite. A lot of people will watch Clash, not just for look for bands and what picks they like, but just in general, just watching how they play, just so they can kind of mimic and trying to copy some of the things they do, then push it into their own style. But at the same time, whilst you're watching them, you're also picking up, as a muscle memory, what brawlers they normally select. So Amber is interesting. I would love to know why. Maybe because it's not a brawler we've seen quite often in Gamestars. Maybe some other competition we might have done, or maybe it's just the fact that they have something up their sleeve, or it's just a brawler they just really struggle to deal with, just in general, overall for their team's sake. But the Stu ban from Clash, yeah, no surprise at all.
Yeah, I mean, Clash actually, in any event and in the Brawl Stars Championship, they go for the same 2 bans every time. It's Stu and Jesse, and Jesse is a bit of an odd one. It's a bit more just a brawler that they're not, they're not gonna play it, and since they're comfortable with everything else, they just ban it, right? And in this sort of matchup, I guess Stu takes the priority, right, with only 1 ban available per team. So they just go for the usual, just without a Jesse. So I don't think it's a big problem for them to be facing a Jesse, but it is kind of their automatic ban in general. So it's going to be interesting seeing it potentially come into play. We do have our maps though. It's going to kick off on Purple Paradise, which is going to be an interesting way to start the day. And that's for the least. Robo Highway in Siege is going to be up next, Central Traffic in Heist, and if it comes to it, we will have Ice Fort in Gem Grab and Dueling Beetles in Hot Zone to, kind of have a bit of a decider towards the end.
Oh, what can we say about Purple Paradise? There's not really too much to go by. It literally is full on how well you can sync with your teammates and how good your individual shot is. That's literally it. That's of course if it's a mirror composition, but if it was me in one of their shoes and we got dominated in the first set of this on this map and this mode, you would be scratching and thinking okay, that's really bad news. Okay, yeah, sure, fair enough. We couldn't really express, ourselves, our character in game, and actually be able to do the flanks, be able to hide or change things or wait for the opportune moment. A lot of timing attacks, that kind of stuff. If you straight up can't beat this team, or if you straight up get heavily defeated on just a blank piece of canvas with the same composition as your opponents, I'll be worried, and I think anyone else would be as well. It's purely mechanics, purely fundamentals, how good your shot is on the day. And if it's not, then, you're going to be in some deep trouble.
Yeah, I agree. I do also feel like it is a map where you can kind of outcomp your opponents because there's kind of no map layout. There's no set strategy on what you should be playing. You could go for triple healer. You could go for a healer, a Jean, and a Max, or you could go for some sharpshooters, bring in the Bell, the Piper. You can go for a Crow to try to counter those healers. There's just a lot of different strategies possible, which is going to make it a very volatile map as well, where it can just really go either way. Thing is, with I think pretty heavy favored here in AC Milan Clash versus Noble Elite Croco. I feel like it should go the way of AC Milan Clash, as long as they don't go for any comps that are too risky, any comps that don't really cover too much ground, that aren't able to deal with too many different other comps. Like they don't need to take any risks, right? Because they don't need to be in a situation where they have like a heavy counter to win. If they just have a pretty neutral matchup, or at least not a big disadvantage, they should be fine.
Yeah, I'm going to be a massive bore as well. I'm just going to say Clash 3-0 or 3-1. I think these are one of the very few maps where, you know, they may be able to grab a few strings if possible. But yeah, don't be surprised, because yeah, Clash is like on the same lines of SK in terms of like their skill level and how good they are. You know, this is, don't get me wrong, this is the first time I've ever, you know, casted their match. But at the same time, I've done, you know, a fair amount of research and looked into them. And yeah, they do seem to be, you know, one of the best teams, and it's completely understandable as to why. One of the most highly consistent teams, along with, you know, the other teams like SK, like I just mentioned. And it's very, very tough to say, to play against, you know, a team who've literally struggled all the way up here against so many obstacles and dropping games left, right, and centre. Still here, still made it into the top 16, but to make that much of an impact within 2 weeks, I'm not going to be one of those guys and says that, wish is going to be granted and they will be able to slap Clash, because it's just not going to happen. But, you know, like I said, I've been surprised the last 3 days. Last 3 days, it's just been an absolute joke, but I've loved every minute of it nonetheless. And if we see any kind of continuation of that, then, you know, I'm all for it. Thumbs up. You know, I'll love every second of that, no problem. But yeah, we'll see. But like, you know, even if they take like one set, or even a few games here and there, or if it's 3-0, keep it close to a certain extent, it will give them a little bit of a morale booster for maybe if they play against someone, or, you know, 2 other teams in the elimination bracket. So yeah, that's my 2 cents, but yeah, we'll just have to see how it goes.
Yeah, I mean, Clash is gonna be probably the favorite of the whole group, closely with EXO, and that does leave, you know, Noble Elite and Activium in a spot where they're kind of like fighting for top 3 and top 4, you know. Obviously yesterday we've had quite an upset, but it was still like the skill disparity between a Tribe, SK, and Totem is much lower than between here, like AC Milan Clash and Noble Elite Croco. So I'm excited to see how that works out. We have a mirror matchup going for the 3 sharpshooters, if you know, counting Nani as a sniper, I guess. And it's gonna be, yeah, all coming down to mechanics and getting some good shots. So far, it is going quite heavily in favor of Clash. And yeah, I just want to point out already, they were able to capitalize on that first skill. Not only do they go for the first skill and then, you know, play it safe, start healing up and such, they just turned it into a triple kill to get that 6-star lead early on, or 5 stars, I guess.
Yeah, you know, with some of these maps, you do have to improvise. Like you said, it's an uncompetitive map pool, but you don't really need to improvise this, like this much on here. Purely fundamentals of mechanics, how good your shot is, how good you can work and predicting your opponent with your projectiles, and if you manage to get away with a few of the things, then great, fantastic. And so far, Clash is really showing that. As soon as one person's taken down, they're just like, right, okay, let's just get the entire team wiped and pull all the way back. This is exactly what you should be doing. It's very, very standard. It's just the fact that some teams react quicker than others, and this team are reacting much quicker. And you can see laughing at this moment with Clash just pretty much chilling at this stage. They know that they're in a very good position, just trying to back away and not take as much damage. They need to regroup if possible, as Chaos looks to pull back as well. Tree will still want that right side, and now they have managed to regroup, and it's time for them to push Noble Elite back if they can. As Spuse just got taken down by Tree Ball, and Knife Ball's also cleaned up as well. So yeah, Clash looking to continue with their great performance. 20 seconds left.
Yeah, so far it hasn't been all that much of a challenge. Trevor is low HP, will get sniped off, but there's not enough stars on the field anyways, right? Like, they can... Yeah, this is just not going to be happening, man. Well, Clash was a very dominant first game, and honestly, it's not just that their aim was better, they also played it smarter. In the sense that, in general, in Brawl Stars, especially with long-range brawlers, you want to make sure you swap targets, because if you aim at the same dude the whole time, he's gonna know that you're only shooting at him, potentially that you're the only one shooting at him, and all he needs to do is dodge your shots. And that's easy. When it gets complicated is when suddenly you switch target to another guy that's already focused on dodging his lanes shots, and suddenly he's in a crossfire. He can't dodge everything at the same time. You get a tag, he panics, gets tagged by his mirror matchup, and then it's over. He goes down, right? And that's how Clash were absolutely playing it. And Noble Elite, they were just playing their own lanes. The only moment I saw where there was a shot towards a brawler that wasn't the same as the one they were playing was when I think Gil and the Nani was like overextending a little bit, and he was the only one in range of the Piper. That was literally it. You know what I mean? Like it's not like they were actively trying to get those crossfires. It's just that there was one, and they just like took it. But that was it. Like they were like, look at that. Trevor already went for a shot towards Spews, and just showing in the first place that he's a threat on that side of things. Now the first kill is gonna go the way of Noble Elite. We'll see if they can keep it up like that, as we do have some good snipes going both ways. That kills low HP. Trick is gonna go down, and Trick was actually playing the max. I didn't even pick it up at first. That's gonna be quite a tough matchup for him, at least on 1v1s. Afterwards, with some good movement speed buffs, he's kind of gonna rely on his teammates to really pop off and hit some nice shots, as they run very fast and are just able to dodge a bit better with the movement speed, and also get easily in range of their opponents. But so far it's not working out perfectly for Noble Elite.
Literally everything you just said, I was gonna like actually say something quite similar, like especially what you said about the movement speed. But I've run out of stuff to say now, Teddy. Cheers for that. But the only thing I will say as well, what you said earlier, is the what you said, kill priority, absolutely vital. Sometimes it's quite natural, they'll go for whoever's closest depending on their range and depending on what lane they're in. But yeah, I completely agree. Like, kill priority is so vital, especially when you've got absolutely zero structure on this map. Yeah, it is absolutely vital, because you don't want to separate the targets, and of course, there's not going to be enough DPS for you to clean any of them up. They're going to go back to turn, pull the way back, regroup if need to, and then they're just going to be able to come straight back at you. So yeah, it's going to be a little bit of a pain otherwise. But Trick looking to see if he can, even though he hasn't got the range as much as he did before anymore, like Teddy said previously, he does have the movement speed to dodge some of the attacks. So working out not too bad here. Noble Elite up 20-12. And only one player left standing for the side of Clash's Tree will just come in to see if he can take down Lifepool. But so he can make 2 minutes difference.
Oh my god!
Actually, he tied it up, even with the blue star, and took the game. I did see him. I didn't actually know how many stars Treeball had when he actually came up to, but yeah, literally right at the dying moment, it must have been about half a second until that actually happened. And yeah, there we have it. You saw that Clash actually managed to tie it up 20-all, but obviously they had a blue star. So yeah, they walked away with it. That was very cheeky. Well played by Clashes. They did take the first set, but I must say to Noble Elite, good change in terms of comp. Very risky, but they took the risk. It did pay off, but it didn't just go in their favour. It's just a little bit of a shame, as I don't think they expected
it was so close, man.
Yeah, it certainly was. 100%.
If we maybe see it in the replay towards the end, I think Guy had 56 HP. Towards the end, or someone on the top left had 56 HP for Clash, which is not exactly what I would call comfortable. You know what I mean? Like, winning was a tie in stars, and in the end just 56 HP. So this is kills giving them the final stars. Look at Guy. Look at Guy, 56 HP as he picks up the kill as well, right? Like a double kill from Clash, literally on the last second. Quite similar to a couple of days ago, I think. When we saw the gem grab game that went like that said already match over, but the gem carrier died on the same frame, so it already for a split second popped up like match over, and then suddenly it wasn't over and the countdown got interrupted. Crazy stuff like that, and some of those close games we've been having non-stop here at Gamestars. Yeah, I'm just excited for more, man. I mean, obviously this first set is a bit of an odd one in the bunch. Noble Elite fought off well. I do like them going for a risky comp like that, just because they, in my opinion, they have to. They're not going to win against Clash if they play mirror matchups. So it was a really clever decision and almost gave them the game. They pushed Clash to their limits, right? Like, it's not every day that you see Clash requiring a double kill in the last second of the game to take it. So I would still say props to Noble Elite. That was a really creative solution to the problem. Unfortunately, yeah, it didn't quite work out. We'll see how Robo Highway goes. It is a bit of a weird map once again, so that might give them, I don't want to say an advantage, but it might balance things out a little bit more, making it, maybe instead of an 80-20 and 70-30, you know what I mean? So I would
Yeah.
still very much be favoring Clash, but with some good decisions, I don't know, things could definitely turn around. We got the Surge, interestingly, being played. Also, Trevor on the Bell is going to be an interesting decision. So, yeah, we'll see how that works out. He able to pick up the first kill. Chaos was a really nice TP. That TP is just going to make sure that he's able to bank that bolt, and therefore that Clash can get the siege bomb. And I like Guy also just coming to help out on the left lane, because there's nothing happening elsewhere. And they just wanted to make sure that, they wouldn't lose a player just like that. Well, they will lose him now, but doesn't matter too much. The siege bot still has quite a bit of HP. And actually, it's actually hitting quite a punch on that red Ike. 53% left off a level 2 siege bot. I mean, that's a bit unnecessary, I think, on the side of Noble Elite.
Yeah, that was a bit excessive. I'm pretty surprised by that. I know one of the players on Noble Elite didn't really do any damage to the bot at all for quite a while, because he was trying to keep some of the members away from the turret. But the only problem is, like, they weren't going to push any further anyway, because they knew they were out of range and they were just getting ready for the next set of bolts. So weren't going to make too much difference. But Noble Elite are going to try and take a dab hand at themselves to see if they can get this bot down towards that turret. Literally does no damage here, Teddy. Still, they've got to deal with 53%, but the chance of that happening highly unlikely, as Clash do have 7 bolts, still have that deficit to try and catch up with if Noble Elite want to stand a chance. But Chaos and Treeball is looking to push that right lane, but Trick and Spuse is also waiting for him. Gil is now pushing into the middle to see if he can actually try and give a hand or some kind of support to the rest of his team, but does get a trade-off, which is going to be quite important here, considering the bolt counts, as Clash are only up by 1, and even if they tie this up, they're going to be happy no matter what. So it is going to be tied. Looks like Clash will win this first game unless they make a miracle happen, which is highly unlikely, especially with the way Gil's just rushing in like that and managed to get those 2 kills. Chaos not going to be able to... Oh, he does manage to stay alive here. Gil actually takes all 3 members down there, so good support and good slaying power from Gil there. 5 seconds left, and that's going to be already the first game for Clash. So good little way. Well, I was going to say, Noble Elite, they did a good job actually trying to bring it back with those bolts. They actually managed to stop that deficit and actually closed it out quite massively. But sadly, it was just a tied siege for them. And even after that tied siege, even if like maybe they won that, I'm not really too sure if they still would have won, because Clash had a very, very good defense along the way, especially with that second bot coming towards them.
Yeah, man, I think the Bell in defense is not something you can overlook. 20% more damage from all 3 players on your team onto the siege bot. That's just insane value, right? Because that's 20% from every single player on Clash. That's a whole lot more damage, and they were just able to like just melt through it like it was nothing. And if you have one brawler in your team that can deal half decent damage, like they didn't even have any like really big DPS on their team, right? Like Carl isn't gonna be hitting thousands and thousands of damage left and right. Same for Bell, same for Surge, but yet it was an easy defense, because it's almost as if there was another guy on their team just helping out with some more damage. So yeah, it's really, really solid. And look at that first siege bot easily going the way of Clash, not a single bolt going the way of Noble Elite so far. They'll even get that level 4 siege bot, just showing how dominant that start is. And if you look, that was how easily they got some damage earlier, and how well they were doing despite getting some bolts leaking left and right, ultimately giving a siege bot to Noble Elite. Well, look at that. That's 65% damage only in one level 4 bot.
Yeah, very good start from Clash. Like Teddy's already mentioned, huge amount of damage to start with. Their defense doesn't seem to be that strong at all, and we've seen that a couple of times now. as Clash still looking very, very good. No bolts have been picked up for Noble Elite. They can maybe try and cushion the blow and get ready for the next one, but it could be too little too late here, Teddy, as the bot is going to come in with the level 8 siege bot. And so far, one of them's already been taken down and can do some defense on the respawn, but Trick's on the right lane. He's not going to be able to give a helping hand in any way, and I kind of feel like, you know, this could be the last bot of this set unless they don't stop it now. The pull does come in, but it's not going to make a difference as they're already there, inflicting even more damage. And there we have it. Clash wins the second set. Very comfortable, very straightforward.
Yeah, I honestly don't really understand why Noble Elite was struggling so much with the defense, because Clash, they weren't even like, basically how it felt to me is that their goal in defense was to target players rather than get the siege bot melted down really quickly, which is a strategy to like minimize the damage plus have a bit of an easier retake. So I don't mind that. The problem is Clash were playing it safe. They were just sticking to the mid area. They weren't peeking. They weren't giving them anything to work with, and they were all on the hunt for players, letting the siege bot, which was like level 2, get like 50% damage because they're not defending. Like, what is the goal? You can go on the hunt, but first of all, usually don't go on the hunt with like half or even like your entire team, and secondly, if they aren't like peeking, if they aren't giving you anything to work with, then stop. Just go defend instead of like, you know, like trying to desperately kill someone. You'll be better off not taking 50% siege bot with every small bot. I don't know. I mean, I guess, you know, it is the kind of play that if you do manage to pull it off, it's going to turn around the game, because it's going to mean you can go back to defense without being worried. And maybe if you're fast enough, just start off with control of the mid, which would have been amazing. The problem is that it was very, very far away from that.
Yeah, it was just balmy. I kind of feel like everyone, like each player had their own idea or had their own thought process and just went with it. And of course, if you're not all on the same page, nothing's going to work. Like I saw on more than one occasion where one of the players was in that right lane, didn't do any DPS, would rather go for the kill rather than actually deliver some more DPS onto the bot. And basically it was 2 people versus the bot, and the other 2 members just continuing to, you know, do excess damage. So I completely agree with you there. That was 100% why, you know, you got all 3 of you be on the same page. If you're not, then situations like that where the turret's taken way too much damage or more damage than it should do, like that first siege bot did a ridiculous amount, and that really shouldn't happen no matter which team you're playing against. But now we're gonna have to see if they can do anything here. Like I don't know if Noble Elite are just not on form or just not on the same page. Like, you know, it's some, like you said, some debatable plays.
Yeah, I think so too. It did feel a bit more sloppy on the side of Noble Elite. And it wasn't one of those losses where you can say like, yeah, they could have won it if they did this slightly differently, or you know, they lost a couple of duels. No, it didn't come down to that. It came down to some much bigger mistakes, and that is where it's going to start being scary against a team like Clash that frankly don't do that many mistakes. And look at that, Trick taking a lot of damage early on. Should be falling as Trevor goes in for the flank. Trevor was a nice double kill as well, and Ikeos should be able to get some pretty nice damage off that save.
Yeah, we're going to see what Noble Elite can do, or if they can retaliate in some way, as Treeball and Spews having a nice little engagement there from Treeball as he does clean him up. And now Lifepool, will he be able to do anything? No, he will not, as Gil managed to clean him up nicely once again. And look at the save, already down to 32, 28% now, and just continuing to inflict more and more damage. And Chaos is just hiding that left lane. I think Trick did know he was still there. It's just a matter of time before he pushes on forward. But now this is going to delay the team even further, literally pulling all the way back. And as we say it, and as I speak, the safe has already been destroyed, and in no time at all. And there we have it, Clash on match point. As easy as that. They just make it look so simple, and it's just so annoying to watch, but it's so great to see.
Yeah, it's a bit of a tough one, right? I mean, you have two games of Siege where Clash don't take a single % damage on their Ike, like not a single %. And then you have or no, so far just the one game of Heist with, once again, 100% HP left on Clash's safe. that is a bit scary, right? Like you
Just a little
usually
bit, just a
deal,
little bit.
yeah, you usually deal at least like a little bit of chip damage here and there, especially when you do get a siege bot in siege, or you can get a couple of gene shots from afar. I don't know, something, but it seems like they just have nothing available here, and Clash is just doing a good job at denying them those opportunities, because most teams, even if they are quite heavy favorites, they'll be playing a bit more sloppy maybe, because they know that they're going to be winning quite easy just mechanically and
Yeah.
synergy wise early on. Look at that, the Shelly, the Dynamite, the Rico. Just a bit of a fun game here for Clash. They know it's pretty much over, so they decide to just make it a bit of a show to close things out.
Yeah, they're treating it like it's a stage 1 group match, aren't they? Pretty much, This is the international finals, but it's fine. They'll just treat it like a stage 1 group match. It's fine. I'm okay with that. As long as they still win and try and get this done, then that's perfectly fine. So already, even with this composition, they've done well. Let's have a look. Already dropped down to 52%. Clash looking really, really good. It does seem like Noble Elite maybe have already given up. It's like they started the card, Teddy, and it had no fuel in the first place. Like, that's what it kind of feels like here. And, Noble Elite is just, without any fuel, where are you going to go? Absolutely nowhere. And they've got nowhere in this series. As Gil takes that life pool, Trix just chilling in the bushes. I don't know what he's doing, probably having a picnic. Going to push towards that right lane. Gil's going to try and get away if he can. He should be able to hear. Oh, actually, no, he doesn't. Trick does finish him up anyway, but damage has already been done. And look at this, Teddy. Already, Clash has actually had some damage taken onto their save, so that's a little bit of a surprise, but only a minute left here. Looks like they're still doing a fair amount of work. Shouldn't really be a problem here, even with the dodgy comp.
Yeah, I mean, they are playing some of the worst brawlers in the game, and some of them are pretty heavily countered as well, especially the Dynamite against something like a Carl, and even Rico gets countered quite well by Carl. So yeah, I'm not entirely sure what to say. It's just a bit of a shame, but for Noble Elite, I think it's one of those teams that kind of qualified was a miracle. Like, I wouldn't have expected them to qualify. I think that they deserve to be here, but they needed to clutch up big time to secure their spot, and that means that in the playoffs they needed to clutch up even more. They needed to outperform themselves. And since they weren't able to do it today, well, at least in this first match, it went all the way for Clash. Easy win for them. Not much competition. And yeah, once again, I think that's due to Noble Elite Croker not being a bad team, but being a team that kind of, clutched their way to the playoffs, and they weren't able to clutch in the playoffs yet. So yeah, it's just not enough. It's not one of those teams like SK and other titans like that they and even Clash, of course, that don't need to really perform to make it to the top 8. They can just play their usual, even a bit below their usual, and they'll be fine. So far they weren't really challenged. There was one bounty game where they were, but I would blame it on Purple Paradise and a nice counter pick, and that's about it. I mean, like, besides that, Clash as convincing as ever here against Noble Elite.
Yeah, they've just come in and said GG easy, and now they're gone again. So that's them in the winners match. Sorted 3-0 here, Teddy. Look at the kills, 11 more kills. And yeah, I'm not going to dissect it too much. You can see there's about 62,000 damage more. That's ridiculous. And now, yeah, that's going to be chilling and maybe waiting for either XO or Activium to play in the winners match. And I think it's nothing to do with Clash. I think they played very standard, but also to a very high standard. When I say standard, sorry, I mean like the gameplay was like just default, but to a very high standard. They didn't really need to exert themselves in any way to give themselves any trouble. It was very chilled, very relaxed. You could see they were doing everything perfectly like how it should be done. Nothing super quick or having to speed up the tempo in order to cause Noble Elite some issues. It was just Noble Elite actually causing trouble for themselves. There was quite a few mistakes, especially that siege game. That was yeah, you're right, some big errors there. But we'll see what Noble Elite can do later on. They're still in it, but just in the elimination match as Clash, AC Milan Clash, they will be in a winners match waiting for XO or Activium. But before we go into the next series, we've got some highlights for you before we actually go into the match. So we'll see you in a few. And welcome back, guys. We've still got Group D. We've still got 4 more matches to go. So we've still got plenty of time here as we're going to go into the second match now between the likes of EXO and Activium. So, Teddy, time for me to pick your brains just a little bit deeper. But before we do that, if you guys weren't here for the opening match between AC Milan Clash versus Noble Elite, it's fine. They got 3-0'd. They literally 3-0'd them down to the grounds, but Noble Elite still have a second chance here, so don't worry, it's not commiserations to them yet. They've still got another chance to make their way through the deciding match, so look forward to see how Noble Elite progress later on and see if they can make any improvements to from what we saw in their gameplay earlier on. But that's the first match. Let's talk a little bit more about EXO versus Activium, Teddy. So like I said, I'm going to pick your brains very deep here, and we know how good EXO are and how they've been, and obviously Activium, it's quite similar to Noble Elite. They've had their obstacles, they've had the hurdles. But before we do that, I'll keep trying to pick your brains, Teddy, but we just keep getting distracted because we do have a little video here to see exactly how they feel being in this group and the international finals. And there we go. That's Curse giving his opinion on how he feels going into this tournament. Seems pretty confident there. As now EXO are looking to try and wiggle their way into the winners match and try and leave the guys in Activium in the dust. Because, like we mentioned before, Activium have had a little bit of a struggle leading up to this. Not only Activium, Noble Elite did as well, but they made it here. That's the main thing. Took like I said, a lot of obstacles, a lot of hurdles to try and get here, but eventually they did. I know when we last saw Activium back in Group C, they did lose to Bojo's Barmy Army, one of my favourites. They did lose to them actually 3-0 and actually managed to make it through by beating Platoon 3-1. So I'm not expecting much here, Teddy. I'm not sure if you are. I assume you're thinking the same as me about how EXO are going to try and win this one as cleanly as possible. But just before we go into that, just looking at the popular brawlers, nothing really too much here. EXO have only been in part of one stage, and that's when they qualified straight away in stage 1. But even looking at Activium, they've played much more, plenty more games in comparison. And yeah, a nice variety of brawlers. Nothing really sticks out here.
Yeah, it's gonna be a bit of a tough matchup once again, right? Pretty similar story to our first match, whereas on the side of EXO, a bit more comparable to Clash as a pretty big favorite. I would say that Team Activium on paper does look better than Noble Elite Kuroko, mostly because they actually qualified for the monthly finals last week. So it's their first appearance in a monthly final. It is under another team name, I think, as well. But yeah, it's definitely going to be an interesting story as they are a team on the rise, but are they already far enough to be able to beat teams like EXO in such a matchup? Well, it's going to be a bit challenging, but if it is, they might as well just do it on some original maps that could be throwing off guard EXO here and there. You can see Yoshi with only 21 kills and 13 deaths. That's just so low. They've played so much less by just winning everything. That's the thing, right? They won every match so far, I think. So it just led to some very, very quick matches and a lot less matches as well, because it didn't have to go through round 2 of the group stage and 4 or 5 more matches over there. But we do have our bans ready. That is going to be Poco on the side of EXO and Bell for Activium, which means that Stu is going to be in play. Bell, is pretty much the standard ban at this point, the most banned brawler anywhere in competitive. And Poco is the confidence ban. You go Poco because you want to remove any rock, paper, scissors with the comps. You want to make sure that it's just the game is as simplified as possible, and you remove any Poco double tanks, make it a lot easier to predict what your opponents are going to be playing, and overall it enables you to be a bit more creative with your comms, because you don't need to have one brawler in your team constantly that's kind of ready to deal with tanks. If you don't ban Poco and you're playing, for example, Brawl or Gem Grab or any mode where you can expect a Poco on the other side, you have to make sure that you have one guy on your team that just commits to defending off a potential Poco double tank and bringing in an M's and a B, something like that. And if you don't, you're putting yourself at risk. And since you are the favorites, you don't want to be using that slight luck factor in the comms and mind games. You just want to simplify things, because you know that in mirror matchups and in simpler matchups, you're going to be winning your games much more easily. And yeah, remove any of those drastic hard counters like Poco double tank is going to bring, because you don't really want to use them yourself. So I like that decision a lot from EXO. And yeah, we'll have to see how that works out against Team Activium.
I just can't get over that KD 21 and 13. How quick was that stage for them? That's ridiculous. It's you can't compare that to anything. I've never seen a KD so small but so scary. But I had a quick look back because I thought something's not right here. Someone must have forfeited. But you've got to remember at the same time, EXO was in that group of death, weren't they? With what's his face? They were with Big. They were with Totem. They were with Bunker Esports as well, weren't they? So to have that KD and gone, right, see you later, boys. I'm going to head off to international finals and we'll see you in about 5 weeks' time. That's ridiculous. But then I did check and realise that Totem, they did play, I think if I remember from the top of my head, they did play a set or something like that, and then they had to forfeit. It was something like that. I think this is why the KD was obviously so small. But yeah, it's just funny that we're seeing the KD so small, but actually so scary, because it makes you think, like, Jesus, how quick did they finish off 2 series? But these are going to be the maps and modes going into this between both EXO and Activium. We are going to see a bit of Kaboom Canyon to start with, a bit of Heist, Ball center stage, Gen Grab for corner case, Siege for some assembly required. And if things get a little bit out of hand going to set 5, it will be Hot Zone for Ring of Fire. So some interesting maps there, some good game modes as we see fit. It could be a quick one considering we do have Heist and Brawl there as the first couple of sets going into this. But I'm going to ask for your prediction anyway, Teddy. I can obviously, I think me and everyone at home will probably make the assumption what you're going to say. But looks like from what we've seen from EXO, probably a 3-0. Activium may scrape one bite if they do, but even then, though, it's going to be a tall order as they go through this series.
Yep, I think so too. I think that Team Activium, they pretty much need a 3-0 here in this match. Maybe a 3-1, but if it goes further than that and we go to set 5, then I'm going to be signing even more for EXO. Don't get me wrong, EXO are the favorites. EXO are the team that I expect to win in this match, but I think that if Activium want to stand a chance, they need to do it quickly, because there's a lot of competitive maps in this in this map pool for this match. Kaboom Canyon in set 1, but then later on, set 4 and 5 will be competitive maps again. So I think those EXO will just be outshining them too much. So yeah, Activium, they're going to have to take their chances, I think, in the 3 first sets, get a quick match out of it, because the longer it's going to take, the more difficult it's going to be.
Certainly will be indeed, as we're just waiting for the players to ready up and get sorted so we can go straight into this series. So if you guys have just joined us, this is the final group of the international finals. It's been all week long. We've had 4 groups. This is going to be the 4th group, Group D, and we're just trying to get 2 more teams qualifying for the final 8. And if you guys haven't, seen anything that's happened over the last 5 weeks, like, where have you been? But welcome anyway, as tomorrow we'll be starting off the quarterfinals with the playoffs, and then we're going to go on the final day on a Sunday with the 2 semis in the finals to determine and crown basically a champion and see who's going to be the winner of the first Gamestars for Brawl Stars in Season 1. And also, don't forget, guys, actually, just before I mention that bit, in the opening match as well, we did have Clash versus Noble Elite, and AC Milan Clash did actually defeat Noble Elite 3-0, so we're just waiting for the second series of today. But before I interrupted myself for some weird reason, we do have Season 2 is registration is currently open, so if you guys do want to get involved, could be anyone from anywhere across the EU and MENA region, make sure you head over to brawlstars.gamestars.com, or if you've forgotten the link I've just mentioned, don't worry, we've still got your back. I'm sure in chat there will be a link there with the registration every few minutes. So if you guys want to try and register, no matter where you're from, then make sure you head over there and register your team. And yeah, you better get practicing, because registration is open and not really too much time left until qualifiers do start. So, the sooner you practice, the better. And even if you're the most experienced team or the most inexperienced team, even if you're the most inexperienced or you're not really too sure like how you stand compared to the rest of the teams, it's a great way to start yourself getting into competitive Brawl Stars, because any experience is good experience, especially as you're could be new to competitive scene or just new to the tournament scene in general. So make sure you guys get involved. But so back to the match, we were talking a little bit about EXO versus Activium, how this is going to pan out. We're still waiting for a couple of players just selecting the ballers and then getting into the series. Obviously, they take a little bit more time, maybe just so they feel comfortable with their picks going into it. Completely understandable, Teddy. We see this quite a lot of times, but what do you feel like Activium need to do to even try and make this kind of a stable game for them?
I think they need to take some risks here on Kaboom Canyon. I think the mirror matchup is a bit too risky of a game for them. I don't think they would be able to win that consistently. Whereas if they try to get a natural advantage with a brawler, EXO, they're a really, really strong team, but they are a team that could tilt a bit more than others, especially compared to teams like SK. So if they start off strong here, Activium, it could, make them lose a bit patience and may lead them to make some more mistakes and make the process a bit easier for Team Activium. With that being said, it's not going to be easy nonetheless. It's going to be a challenge for sure, but I think that's their only way to kind of do it. Get a quick lead early on, That's at least, you know, if not the only way, the best way for them to approach things. Because the further we get into this match, I think the more complicated it's going to be, and that's often with underdog stories, right? If they can get the 3 sets in the 3 first ones, it's better, because the longer it takes, the more it kind of, you know, requires versatility and more different games and scenarios, which in the long run is going to be favoring the better team, just because, you know, they have more experience and they are better overall. So yeah, I think that Activium, they just needed to be as quick as possible, especially, you know, with the competitive maps coming more like later on in this matchup.
Yeah, it's very difficult because the last 3 days have been really dodgy and it's just been ridiculous to say the least. You couldn't make up some of the stuff we've witnessed, but I feel like today is finally the day we're going to get a normal day, Teddy. Like, we might actually get it unless EXO or Clash somehow majorly slip up. But they seem a lot more consistent than we've seen compared to the other teams, and, you know, a little bit more one-sided here and there. But, you know, a lot to be proven wrong. I'd love to. And if I do, great. If not, then, oh well, we've got playoffs anyway tonight. So we're going to see how these guys get on. EXO, we haven't seen them since back in stage 1, and Activium have had a lot of hurdles to try and get here. So have to see what they can do. So some early damage to Activium safe, down to 75%. Gugu still on that right lane, trying to inflict a little, you know, a tickle of damage here and there, but got his own life taken there in the process, so didn't really help too much. As Nyx is going to do a fair amount with that collect. He's actually done quite a decent amount, quite surprisingly. You know, using that super pretty well to his advantage, but finally Yoshi takes him down. Sammy gets to trade on Yoshi straight afterwards, but still pretty standard here, but Activium still down by 38%.
Yeah, a good start from XO. Activium with the chance here to get some more control. Nice skill from Activium. Gugu will be finding YD with the poison. Yeah, but they trade each other in the end. And look at that, Activium with a bit more control. They found their first percentages of damage as well. Makeup gonna be looking for Cursed as well. Can't quite pick him up. But so far, I mean, it is a good lead for XO, but Activium are getting more and more control. They will lose the Byron, and that's gonna be all the heals gone on their end. Nice jump in from YD. Takes down Gugu before he can use his super on the safe as well, and that does mean that XO, they escape quite a bit of damage, and now they have middle control back already. And in the end of that middle control, Activium, they could only capitalize 15% damage, and look at that, kills pouring down the way of XO. Yashi was a nice double jump in from Gugu as well, but Yashi doesn't even really care too much, because Cursed, yep, he's gonna get the tap. I'm not sure if he should be going for the kills here, because he could just have closed it out. But YD will be the one to do just that. XO picking up the first game here against Activium. And honestly, I respect Activium for going for the mirror matchup. Like, I think that's a very confident and bold move. But is it the best one? I don't think so. I think you should go a bit more riskier, because like in the long run, I do think it's good to, you know, practice on those mirror matchup, especially a team like Activium. Like right now, they did qualify for a monthly final, so their name is kind of like a bit more on the map, but it's not like they're like actively scrimming the tier 1 teams of Europe yet, you know. Like I have no doubts they did pick up a couple of scrims from making it to the monthly finals, but I do still think that it's very recent and not very consistent. So the mirror matchups, they're going to be a good practice for them, but if they actually want to win right now, I don't think that's going to be good enough. I do think they need a natural advantage just from the brawler interactions, and therefore they need to go for some bolder and riskier comps, but they're not going for it. So I'm expecting some similar results here in game 2, but who knows, maybe Activium will prove me wrong.
No, I completely agree. You know, counter comps, anything to give them an edge is gonna absolutely, you know, it's gonna be absolutely vital. And you're right, though. You know, if they're gonna fight them in some kind of mirror matchup, fundamentally it just looked like EXO are just much better. Saying that though, they have done a fair amount of damage to EXO's safe, but how long is that going to last though? As eventually the fundamentals are definitely going to come out for the side of EXO. Activium do have great map control. Cursed earlier was abusing the map geometry so well with these the fact that abusing some of the structure, just being a real pain in the backside. And you can see Activium just clutching at straws here, just trying to get as much damage done as possible. But in the meantime, it actually gave up map control in the process. So don't mind that too much. Cursed again, just being an absolute pain in the backside in that top left area, just pulling a lot of the members of Activium all the way back. And that gave the opportunity for Yoshi and YDE to then go back into the middle and then manage to claim the save for themselves. So, Cursed again to make sure you're holding that top left side. Didn't need to do any damage, just being there is just been a real nuisance. Having to pull like at least 2 members of the team back, and sometimes all 3, because you can have one member pretending to push up with his team in a good coordination event to try and get mid control. But yeah, having to force 2 players to go all the way back, that's again 5 or 10 seconds wasted. That's map control for EXO, and then you can see that any advantage they see, they're just going to take that like route by any means. They're not just going to hesitate and sit back and just let it go. They will push up on you straight away. And like I said before, a counter comp was definitely required. And we just didn't see it. We just saw a mirror matchup, and again, EXO just outplaying Activium on their own turf, pretty much.
Yeah, it's just what you expect at this point, right? And going for the mirror matchup once again, it is bold. It does show confidence from Activium and that they're looking to improve and also prepare for the monthly finals. But, there is still a lot of prize pool on the line at the end of the day here for Gamestars. And if that means dropping the match and the opportunities later on to get there, because they might still not make it to the top 2 today, at least on paper it does seem likely that they won't. It is gonna be a bit of an odd decision on my side, especially since even in the monthly finals, it's not like suddenly in the next week or so they will become a top 3 team in Europe, right? They are still going to be struggling against EXO and SK and Clash, and they will need to play crazy and bold comps if they want to win. That's just the way things are. Obviously, this is just one set so far. We're moving on to the crazier maps now for the next 2. So maybe this is the moment, where the meta is a bit less set in stone. There's a bit less of a, like the go-to picks that everyone plays no matter what. So that could make quite a difference here, as maybe they can get some of those natural advantages they really need in order to win this match.
Well, we're not going to see any Poco double tank, are we? Because obviously that was banned. So that's one edge they can never get in terms of counter. But I'm curious to see what else they're going to have up their sleeve. Like I said, center stage is not a map you normally see. And even with Brawl Ball, just the game mode itself, I'd expect EXO to try and win this outright, pretty much. Like very clean, very quick. But what Brawl Ball can be like. We know with a lot of tier 2 teams, especially with some of the structure on their side of the goal line, they do kind of hesitate a little bit. They try to score when they get a full team wipe, not as like they're pushing in. And I expect a team like EXO to not hesitate when they get the opportunity. Even if there's only one down, or maybe the entire team's alive, like just pass the ball towards one of the 3 players and then make that initial push straight afterwards. Look at the patience here from EXO. But then again, Activium have the same discipline here. Finally, Gul Tolkien has actually taken some damage there, with Goo, of course, like looking to push back left and right. But just being patient here. And Activium are getting a little bit impatient now. They're actually getting a little bit worried as well. They're thinking, well, we haven't seen them for a while. What else going on? Are they still behind that first barricade on kickoff? And yeah, they were. So Yoshi just pops it back to their side. Very good discipline. Very good patience. Again, finally Curse pushes it all the way in. Gugu just making sure that he can at least get that ball away into that top right corner. Perfectly understandable. Gives them a chance to respawn and then stop it if it does go towards the goal line. And a lot of the canvas has actually been destroyed on that front line, so it's going to make things even worse for Activium. So ball is back on the left lane, but is looking to get the kills first before they push on through. Yoshi can go through it once he gets his next kill on Gugu. 12 HP, that is absolutely typical. But then again, if he cleans him up, he's going to be on the respawn for even longer, so actually they might do him a little bit of a favour. But the only thing I can say from Activium, good defense and good prioritization with the objective, but I kind of feel like they're delaying the inevitable with the damage counter on EXO.
Yeah, Gugu going for the blind pull here isn't gonna pay off, as he loses his super nick up, healing up a bit on the right hand side and still applying some pressure. But the shadows here, I mean, against the Tara and an Ems, they're not really gonna be surviving all that long. Nice super from YDE, should be able to pick up the kill here, just not quite yet. The pull from Yashi, beautiful play from Yashi, going for the pull and kick here with the Tara. Beautiful play, very well timed out as well. Now there's only 25 seconds left for Activium to tie things up.
We'll see what they can do. Activium did have played a good game, but it did look like they were just delaying the inevitable here. YDE is just going to slide it in nicely there, Teddy. 2-0 for EXO. In all fairness, I don't think we'd expect anything different. But you saw the discipline and the patience. Like they will just sit back until you make something happen or make that mistake. And you saw Activium were just like, surely they must have pushed up by now. They pushed up a little bit too early, and then that's when they was able to pretty much counter them. I don't know how long they would have stood by that wall for. Maybe the whole game, because you've got zero reason to move, have you? So that's a little bit understandable. I don't think Activium were expecting that. I think they were assuming that like at some point EXO were going to delay for a while and then push up, but sadly they guessed wrong. And it's just a load of mind games when you're in that kind of position. It really is. And you see there, but with EXO, these teams have got to learn that EXO are very, very patient and well disciplined. They will literally just wait for you to wait for you for that first mistake to happen. And they do force it sometimes, but only if they feel it's necessary, only if the percentage is in their favor in terms of chance to actually be able to clean you up and finish you off. But again, good teamwork, nice clean victory. Like it wasn't a quick 2-0, but it was a 2-0 nonetheless. And now it's going to be question marks for Activium as to just basically what they can do. Maybe attempts for a counter comp, and if not, then it doesn't matter because it seems like mirror matchups just aren't working.
Yeah, I think they gotta just stop. I'm sorry, but just stop with the mirror matchups. No, don't just stop. Just stop with the mirror matchups, right?
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong. This is gonna get clipped out of context, and people are gonna be asking for answers. But yeah, I do think they should really stop with those mirror matchups because so far there was none that were slightly close, to be honest. And honestly, on paper, EXO, I mean, they're a good team, but they're not the best team in this bracket either. So it's a bit scary for Team Activium. They will need to turn things around. And I think that going for some bolder picks is the only way forward from here. I think that against Noble Elite Kuroko, they would most likely be able to win with mirror matchups and with fair fights. But here, it's not the case. They need to take risks. They need to try to find an advantage somewhere, because if they play the mirror matchup, they can't turn things around. They can't actually pick up an advantage. No,
they can't, and that's the thing. EXO aren't giving them any. That's the only issue here. It's not like they're all spread out or, they can't get near each other to support each other quick enough or anything like that. They're literally giving them, there's just no room for error, and we haven't really seen many errors from them here and there. They a little bit separated at times, but again, it's very, very small amounts of times, very, very minor mistakes. It's not saying it's like perfection, but, it's getting close to it, as now EXO still looking to see what they can do here to try and close this set out. Playing a little bit different here is Curse actually backed away straight away, leaving Yoshi and YDE to fend for themselves behind that wall. And Sammy and Gugu were looking to try and pincer them, but it just did not work. That's already 2 kills in favor of EXO. Now looking to push up if they can. Gugu's still the last man left standing, and now that's where the death cycle has now been split. So there's only 2 members still left alive, and again, the respawn cycle is going to be completely different in terms of timing. So not all 3 members are going to be alive for a while yet, unless they can sneak it in. There we go. Cursed managed to score that. Sammy was still trying to get on the respawn to go for it, but it was just way too little too late. Good preparation there from EXO, looking to see if they can clean this setup nicely. But saying that though, Gugu has taken a YDE, Yoshi's taken down Nick, and now, okay, I just literally just saw that. Yeah, that shouldn't have happened, but never mind. It's now Activium just trying to make something happen, just trying to put some kind of pressure, but they just can't.
Yeah, that's a bit of a choke there from Gugu, but those things are gonna be happening, and they know. They're just spinning around on their side of the map. He was there like, yup, I had the one chance to do something, but yeah, it didn't really happen. Those chokes happen though. Those chokes happen, man. I remember in I don't remember what event, but there was a Frixia player for a North American player for IX Academy. choked twice in a row. They had match point, and he choked 2 open goals in a row, like 1 in each match point they had, and then they ended up getting reverse swept because of it. Just absolute madness. And those opportunities, I mean, right here, I wouldn't say cost them too much because they are that far behind, and I don't really expect them to catch up. But you know, it can be quite heartbreaking, and definitely, you know, they're gonna be mad about this one because that wasn't an open goal, that was an easy goal.
Yeah, you hate to see it, really, don't you? I think a lot of stuff Activium are doing would work against, you know, some of the tier 3 teams, but at this level, it's just not going to happen. I think they get fooled quite easily at times, maybe because they made it. To then again, some of the pushes they've made have been quite good. I think you saw a couple of players where they actually pincered them into the centre half quite near to the start, like after about 20-30 seconds, but still didn't win that engagement. I think they kind of mistimed their pushes, like here and there, in terms of their coordination, or they're just not absolutely, you know, certain if they're still there or not, you know, just constantly keeping them guessing. Just having a look at the stats here, EXO 7 more kills, basically almost double, 4 goals. Activium 0, didn't actually concede any from EXO. They could have conceded 1, but obviously one of those shots didn't go their way. 33,000 more damage, 33,040. Not, you know, a huge amount to say, really, not a huge amount to dissect. I just kind of feel like Activium are a good team, but some of the bits and pieces they're doing, it's not going to work on some of these tier 1 teams. It's very, very difficult. EXO still looking to try and get a clean sweep in this series as they're coming up 2-0. It will be a bit of gem grab on corner case. And Teddy, how do you feel? Do you reckon it's just going to, you know, it's going to be the same trend? It's going to be another set to EXO, then moving on to the elimination match?
I mean, most likely, yes.
Yes.
You know, the comeback is always possible. The thing is, not only have we seen that they don't really have many opportunities to do anything against EXO, even when they do, they, you know, they miss open goals, which, once again, I'm not trying to flame the player or say anything like mean, but it is what it is, right? You got finally a chance at, you know, having something going your way, and it doesn't happen, and that's when it starts, you know, not only being worrying, but actually being really dangerous, because EXO now, they can comfortably getting into this game and know that, you know, even at least so far, even when they played wars, even when they make mistakes, Activium are not good enough to capitalize on those.
Certainly not, as Activium do have the early gem lead, but how long for, as the maps are just reminding us that we may not go to the other 2 sets at this rate, as Activium now currently up 3-2. Still got a fair amount of time here to try and make something happen, but not if that happens, as Gugu gets taken down by Cursed. Sammy's rolling in, doesn't take down Yoshi, and Cursed actually takes down Sammy here, and YDE takes down Nick. So it's gone from bad to worse here, Teddy, as he picks up their gems as well. Activium does have a few, actually, from one of the last fights. They sadly didn't win, but now still have 6 gems to their name. Still back and forth in terms of mid-control, but looking good here for EXO.
Yeah, pretty strong. Sammy might end up getting pulled by Cursed. He's waiting for the shield to end, and is going to time it perfectly. The pull from Miyashi onto Nick up as well. That is going to be enough to start the countdown. Gugu went for the white flank, but I don't think he's going to have all that many opportunities. They all TP behind them. And that means that EXO, for the last couple of seconds of the countdown, is just going to be chilling on the side of Activium. For the map. And yeah, so far a bit of a breeze for EXO. It's match point, and we haven't seen them really being threatened or challenged in any way. I mean, yeah, it's there's not all that much to say, you know, like, especially, you know, from our perspective, like you and I are both like pretty like analytical people that like to like point out the small little details, but here there's no such thing, right? There's no such thing. And so far today, it's been a bit of a trend. It is going to give us some very interesting scenarios, though, whereas in the winners match, we are going to have 2 Titans that just like had the easiest time they could have throughout the opening matches. And then we're going to have 2 teams that had nothing going their way so far, and that are going to be like in a do or die situation. So it's going to be a lot more interesting after this match. Yet, it is match point here for EXO. There is still a chance for Activium to make something out of this match, but honestly, I don't think you guys are gonna be surprised when I tell you that I really believe in it actually happening.
I'm gobsmacked you just said that. I thought they were going to come back from this, but we'll see anyway.
Heartbroken.
Exactly, like, you know, we are analytical people. We like to dissect these games. We are both massive nerds, but you know, there isn't really too much to say here because, you know, I don't, like I said before, I've said it a few times to you back in stage 1 and 2. I'm not going to let you sit here till 6 a.m. explaining all the problems. You know, it's, you know, I'm a nice guy, mate. I won't let you go through that problem, that process. But Activium 6-0 now is okay, a little bit of a shocker here, but you know, at some point when they lose one of these team fights, the gems will definitely go the way of EXO. Common sense, of course, as we're just waiting to see what EXO are going to do here, just trying to regroup as Yoshi does get taken down. They do finally get that first gem, but how long is it going to last though, as Curse does have the advantage there, but being a little bit careful of what Nick's going to do with that Stu is just pulling back slightly wider. He does take down Gugu, and they still have those 8 gems, as I think whoever's playing Stu, Nick does have the gems currently. They have the map control, but you know, even if they do get 10 gems just from sitting in the middle, they're going to have to continue holding that map control because they will pick up those other 2 gems eventually. So what are they going to do? Are they going to go for the team wipe, or are they going to just hold their ground? We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy with EXO. They are slowly catching up. Look at that. YD went for the TP. He managed to get the gems. He might fall here. He will, but Cursed is going to get some gems back. 56 HP. Oh my god. Cursed somehow just stays alive. Yoshi picks up the kill with the shadow as well. And this should be a game, set, and match. I mean, Activium not giving up, but also EXO, they're aware there's a TP in their spawn. They know they can't hide right next to it and be safe. So they will hide in the middle and be just hidden for the last couple of seconds here. That is going to be EXO-FA taking down Team Activium in quite a convincing manner as well. Not too much to say about this match, but EXO looking pretty solid today, and Activium not so much, to be completely honest.
Yeah, nothing too much to say really, you know, just getting outgunned, outslayed in many ways, and it's just good teamwork and good coordination from EXO. You know, EXO had so many gems they could have had their own jewellery store by the end of that series. It was just ridiculous. So looking at it now, EXO continues to look very strong. They've got absolutely no issues here. And finally, we've actually made a correct prediction. You know, today is not going to get weird. I can feel it. It's going to be a good day. It's going to be what we expect. And this is where, you know, these two series, these first 2 matches of the day, this is what we expect. You know, a couple of clean sweeps, and the only thing they can do is maybe cushion the blow and keep it close. Sadly, both teams could not. So that's going to leave a big question mark for whether Activium or Noble Elite can completely turn things around. It looks very unlikely. I don't really see much inconsistency. I don't feel like either EXO or Clash have been pushed to a point where they had to really, you know, come out the woodwork and start changing things up or anything like that. And look at that, you know, 5 more kills, 16 more gems, more objective efficiency in many ways, and 35,000 more damage. So yeah, looking very good for EXO. And you know, when I say consistency, it's not just about how many games they won, it's about and not even about stats either. It's just how convincing some of those victories were, just in terms of objective scoreline. And you know, statistically, they have been doing very well. 16 more kills there, 83,000 more damage. You know, huge margins here, and you can easily tell these two teams apart like it's night and day. It's just ridiculous. But before anything else, we've had 2 matches done and dusted already. We've still got the first elimination match coming up next, and we've still got the winners match and the decider match later on this evening. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a few, but first, some highlights from that last series. Hello everyone and welcome back to Gamestars Brawl Stars Season 1 League. We are still here, we've still got 2 matches done and dusted already, we've still got 3 more to go, we've still got the first elimination match coming up next, and then we do have the winners match between Clash and of course EXO. You guys know them very, very well, I'm sure. And then between these guys and who we're seeing next, it will be the decider match as well to determine the second team to go through. So some very, very important games coming up next. But this one especially, let's start things off with Noble Elite versus Activium. So literally, yeah, whoever wins, decider match, we can see what they can do. Loser will be going home straight away. And it's going to be very, very tough as we can look at the standings for Group D, as Clash and EXO made some easy work between Noble Elite and Activium. I was going to say EXO, but I was going to say that's a little bit of a surprise. And then, of course, like you guys expected at home, and we did as well, Clash and EXO will be fighting for that first place spot in the group, which is going to be very, very important to them going into the playoffs. But before we go any further into that to discuss things further, let's see a little video from Activium.
That's when we want to see it. That was a very tough match because turns the enemy.
Now you have it, Gugu, Goldtech, and whatever you would like to call him from Activium. Looking forward to see how he can continue on forward. But I don't think he's going to be as happy as he was in that interview, Teddy, because both of them were, you know, I think it's safe to say, and I don't think they mind us saying as well, quite badly beaten in both those series. We can't really beat around the bush. It was 6 games straight from both sides of the coin. But even if both these teams do win, they have to play against, you know, both teams of, you could say, similar stature, but both still in the same tier in terms of skill bracket, in terms of being in one of the tier 1 teams. So I think at the moment they're demoralised, but at the same time they're probably just looking to play for third in the group. And, you know, I don't like to say that. I don't like to be the guy who's being a bit pessimistic and you know, a bit anticlimactic, but you know, it's how the story goes. You've got to be realistic at the end of the day with you know, how things are going to go. But let's have a look at the popular brawlers anyway and see if I can pick things up where they left off. And all we can see here, live pull with that max 11 times, and look at the other side, just a good variety all round. Both these teams have played a lot considering what they've gone through, both in stage 1 and stage 2, but they should be pretty happy knowing that they made it at least to the top 16. And whoever wins this is going to at least guarantee minimum third in the group, or put it simply, top 12. So still a bit of prize money on the line between these two. They could still make it top 2, don't get me wrong, but against the likes of EXO and Clash, from what we saw earlier, it's going to be pretty balmy. Was going to go through the maps. Looks like we're not going to have time. These two just want to get straight into it, which we have absolutely no problem with at all. We're going to save the Natter now for the games, and we can see how Noble Elite and Activium pan out in this first set.
Yeah, elimination match, do or die match between Noble Elite, Croco, and Activium. This is going to be quite an interesting one, but so far a bit of a stalemate, which is to be expected on this map. You want to get your supers, and here we go. That pool is going to be opening things up in favor of Noble Elite. Gugu taking quite a bit of damage, but he picks up the kill on life pool nevertheless. Nice slow from Gugu though, slowing down all the remaining players from Noble Elite and just ensuring that they don't have any opportunities to turn this push into a goal, at least not just yet. Pool is available on Sammy, connects it onto life pool. That's going to be an easy kill. Trick is gonna miss his own pull, but look at that, Spuse is pushing up. He's gonna go for it, charge shot, maybe not exactly the best one, to be completely fair, as he just shoots straight into Nikon. Thing is, it doesn't matter too much, because he already got a super again, so it is a missed opportunity, but it's not like he lost like a gene pool or a max super, or one of those supers that are just so valuable. It could have been worse, and he has a good opportunity here. Nice dash from Spuse, who just dodged that pull from Sammy, and now things are a bit more open for Activium as they have some good placement. Lifepool can't quite pick up the ball, but it's a 3-on-1, only Trick left alive. Gugu gonna miss a shot that is gonna deny the healing. Sammy should have tried to tank that one, but they are gonna play it a bit safer. Not the end of the world, but a missed opportunity for Activium.
Yeah, this is what I mean by hesitation by some of these teams, especially on some of these maps on Brawl Ball. Like, you saw very, like, you know, even if just passing it to him, and even if, okay, fair enough, he passes it to, you know, he chucks it into the left corner, it doesn't matter. At least you'll take him down in the process and you'll have the advantage in DPS 100%. Lifepool takes down Gugu there, as you see Trick and Lifepool being pushed all the way back to that right side. And if they get this pull, which he does, they will take down Lifepool there as well. Just giving him the thumbs up, saying cheers for killing my teammate. That's everything's going to be all good here, but I don't think it will be, because 10 seconds left, and when those crates get dropped, that could be it here for Activium. As Noble Elite are looking pretty good here, Teddy, with 5 seconds left remaining, as neither team has scored as of yet, but we are going to head into overtime. Still got a minute left, as now damage is being output back and forth. Trick does take down Sammy here, which is huge for the side of Noble Elite, and they're still trying to make this push, but Activium still being a little bit of a nightmare towards him, even in this 2v3 scenario.
Yeah, Gugu quite low HP, a bit of a push coming through from Noble Elite, but it's really all centered and very even so far. And Gugu does have the jump in, might decide to use it soon, try to get a player out of the way. Pass forward towards Gugu, but Spuse is gonna have his super unlocked. Trick is really low HP though, and he's the one that's gonna be the slowest to heal up. HP pool just so low overall. Spuse does pick up the trade. Is that gonna be the goal from Sammy? Oh my god, he charge shot the ball to his opponent. It is gonna go in towards the end, but oh my, that was a bit of a disaster overtime on both sides with some chokes and some missed opportunities. It is going to result in Activium picking up the first game. I was going to say before we got started, but they did cut us off by starting really fast, which once again, we were happy to. But I do feel like Team Activium might have a slight edge, whether it's the scrimming opportunities in the region and also just, you know, their recent really, really strong matches that they've been having. I feel like they should have the edge on Noble Elite, but on the other hand, Noble Elite is a very experienced CIS, or also known as ECA team, which have monthly finals appearances. They have some really solid performances as well. Although I do feel like they're like in a similar spot than Activium. The difference is they are in that situation in ECA, which is a bit less of a competitive region compared to EMEA. Whereas Team Activium, you know, they're in the same position, but in arguably the most competitive region in the world. So that is going to be a bit of a difference maker, whether it's the scrimming opportunities, the overall experience in tournaments, all that kind of stuff. It is a close match, and we've seen it in that game. It came down to the last like 5 seconds before there was a goal or something like that. But still, you know, I would give a slight but very small advantage to Team Activium in this matchup.
Yeah, I kind of felt like they looked a lot better, like all round, but it's, you know, apart from the very end where it's a little bit of a scramble here and there. But in terms of like damage and map possession, they did look very strong. It kind of felt like Noble Elite fell apart from their respawn cycle. Like they couldn't get the numbers right, you know, for quite a while. In very good, you know, good objective efficiency, just keeping it away and just being a bit of a pain in the backside. But then again, Activium, they had good map control, but couldn't do enough of the objectives. So it's kind of the opposite, like for both these teams. But I do agree with you, though. Activium do look like a tad bit better. It's not saying a lot, but just looking at the comps, it's going to be pretty much a mirror match. So same thing. And we're going to see if there's going to be any difference here from Noble Elite, see if they can step things up a little bit more compared to that last game. So, and even then though, like the prize pool, like between third and fourth in the group is actually double. So, you know, still a fair amount to play for here. And now we're going to find out what Activium's next move is going to be. Just using that structure to try and back some of these players away. Gugu, very, very aggressive, like almost overextending. I think he's just trying to test the waters to see exactly what's going to go on. And he's actually jumping in. Good play from him. But Livepool jumped straight back. It is going to be a 2v1. This could be a good time for them to try and make something happen. But I think Livepool just kicked it away as he was taken down. So that was actually a good play from him. It was a big risk, a big gamble, but it was a gamble worth taking.
Yeah, nice decision so far, but once again, you know, a little bit of a stalemate where we'll be waiting for those supers to come in to really have the impact they need to have, especially those crow jumps, as they're going to be the slowest supers to reload and to prepare. Nice pull there. That could give a bit of an advantage to Noble Elite, especially if you look at the HP pool and the fact that they're so spread out. Only Sammy left alive as well does mean that Activium are in a very defensive position. But Sammy is going to be looking for a pull now. We'll see if anyone is able to bait it. Jump in from live pool is going to be his doom, as Spews just went to pick up the ball. An interesting moment to jump in, as they were in the 2 versus 3, because Spews was getting the ball from their side of the map. So not entirely sure what the decision was there, but we have Nick Up pushing up. Nick Up was just shot. Livepool is able to get the ball out of the way. A couple more shots onto Nick Up as well, but so far almost a team wipe, as Activium are heading in the right directions 15 seconds before overtime.
Yeah, I respect that decision from Nick as well. Lucky to get alive as well in the process, so good stuff, being able to recover and then being able to regroup for the rest of his team. Gugu's still on that right lane, taking a fair amount of damage, but it doesn't matter. Sammy has also joined the fray with him, as well as Nick, and now is going to see what they can do here as the ball did come in, but Nick tried to get away, he didn't. But one of the main factors there, Gugu actually kicked the ball further away onto their side, so it gives Nick a chance to actually be able to regroup. So not looking too bad here. Nick does a little bit of damage there. Gugu's still trying to inflict some more on that right side. Does a fair amount here and there. Knifepool does try to jump in. Doesn't do a huge amount, but at least he gets to trade on Nick. And even Spews wasn't really too happy about that. And I don't know what happened, but he got annoyed. But like, I think he just jumped up or something. And then when he jumped back down, his cam just froze. I don't know what happened there. Well played by Activium. It did seem to be a completely different matchup from what we saw in that first game. It did look like Noble Elite were the better team, but couldn't get anything going in terms of the objective efficiency once again. And Activium just took the chances when it was necessary. It was just, the different side of the coin, but Fav Activium got the upper hand again.
Backyard Ball is one of the more punishing maps in Brawl Ball. You know, you make one mistake and it's going to be a goal, and that's why it's so passive. And you might think, there's not too much going on, but thing is, whenever there is something happening, it is big time trouble, because any mistakes, they are going to be punished just much more than any other. Nice play over there, the pass as well to Gugu to just close things out. Beautiful team play from Activium, and definitely more on point than a Noble Elite team play wise. Individually, I think they struggled a little bit. If you look at the damage, it's only 6,000 or 7,000 difference separating the two, which is not all that much considering it's a 2-0 sweep in favor of Team Activium, but also it's of a whole set that just went down to 2 goals. So pretty close affair, but going the way of Team Activium, and things are going to be heating up as we move on to our second set.
Yeah, Activium definitely got most of that damage from that first game by miles. Like, not just because of overtime or anything like that, but it was just ridiculous how much map possession they had and how much they trapped Noble Elite into a corner, like many occasions, and just constantly making sure their numbers dwindled every single time, just ruining their respawn cycle. So Factory Rush for a bit of Siege, and we're going to see how this is going to play out shortly. Activium. I wouldn't say either team looked better, because I would have said Activium at first just by like the smallest percentile, but now after what I saw from the side of Noble Elite, they actually looked a little bit better. Just couldn't really grasp that second game in that first set. So I think it still needs to take a little bit of time to dissect some of these sets. We can't really tell them apart. We haven't seen anything convincing by them or anything a little bit crazy. A couple of risks here and there, but nothing which nothing out of the norm, nothing abnormal from some of the pushes or attacks or some of the individual abilities they use. But I'll be excited to see how they do in set number 2. If Activium can continue this this win, I suppose you could say win streak. It's only 2 games, but I'm just gonna call it a win streak anyway, and just find out if they can have a good start on Factory Rush.
I feel like this is a bit of the least convincing win streak. You know what I mean? Like they won 2 games, like 1 goal, like really late in overtime, and they struggled during both games in regular time. It's like the least convincing win streak ever, but it is a win streak nevertheless. And the first bolt is gonna be going the way of Noble Elite. Nickup is gonna fall before he can bank his, so we might end up having a draw here for this first one. It's looking a whole lot like we are gonna, which could be a bit of a problem for both teams, as draws, would they have a bit of a history in breaking hearts, don't they?
Yeah, just thinking that 2 games in a row, neither of them convincing. You absolute madman. As Activium now still looking to stay alive, whilst Nickup has been taken down by Spuse. Just holding this middle half here, not really pushing either lane. Gugu stood his ground and took down Spuse there, and Sammy took down Lifepool. So looking pretty good here, looking a lot better. And looking at the bolts so far, Activium are up by a measly 1, but I think it's going to increase now with the fact that they're holding that right lane with both his bolts spawning there, and Spuse managed to get 1 of his own. So at least they can either try and tie this up or cushion the blow. We could see a second tie in a row, but after Spuse picking up that bolt, I'm not sure if it's going to happen. And yes, it is going to be a tie. Sadly, those 2 bolts didn't register in time. And it's just mad. I think this is the first time in 5 weeks we've actually seen 2 bots in a row literally not appear.
Yeah, that doesn't happen very often. It did happen in the past with some slightly different metas. Where it does get quite problematic for Noble Elite is the fact that they all went down at the moment the tie went announced. Like they sacrificed themselves to tie things up, which I feel like was not the move whatsoever, because sure they would have had to defend otherwise, but better defend against a level 8 or something siege ball or 7, and then have an 8-volt lead for the next one, then have a tie and lose control and be behind by 5 volts from the get-go. It just doesn't. I don't really see the world where that was the decision to make, and that does mean that Activium gets the 3rd and technically 1st siege bot here. 1% damage is enough to take the lead, and I think they will find a whole lot more than that.
Yeah, don't worry, Teddy. I know you're a big, strong lad. You could hold a level 20 siege bot all on your own, so I've a lot of faith in you. So definitely someone I'd want on my team for a little bit of siege. But yeah, that 1 siege bot's going to do it. Level 20. What do you guys expect? Couple of ties. Finally got that 3rd siege bot. Activium looking a little bit better. I still wouldn't say convincing, because the map control was just all over the place. It was just, it wasn't sloppy by any means. It was just, we couldn't really tell them apart. But Activium did look a lot better controlling that right lane, and it was very 50-50 in the middle ground and on the left side as well. So neither team really, kind of standing out from the crowd, so to speak, or anything like that. Still going to take a bit more time. I wouldn't be surprised if this went, throughout most of these sets, the same rhythm happens. Maybe see 1 game which is convincing, but that's literally about it. So again, after dissecting some of this, not really too much to say here.
Yeah, really not. Team Activium looking convincing, and I think where it starts getting problematic here for Noble Elite is that there's quite a couple of places where they need to kind of focus a bit more on, and that just means that they can't go into the next game and think we need to focus on this specifically to solve the problem, because there were some poor decisions in bolt management, there were some mechanical issues here and there, There were some teamwork and pinches, opportunities being missed. And at some point, those things just start to add up to a point where it's hard to really see, a solution, as Nickup just wins his 1v1 on the left-hand side. Spuse is going to fall as well. And this is going to be almost every single bolt going to Noble Lead, just the one leaking to Activium, sorry, just the one leaking to Noble Lead. And Activium, they're going to be more than happy with such a result.
Yeah, and it's a big decision here whether they want to, continue on putting a little bit more pressure onto the turret or not. It seems like they have decided to, but they're going to try and get back out in time if they can. So, okay, it was a measly 6%, but damage is damage at the end of the day. Between, these two teams, it is so close. But I think every percentile is going to count here. And Activium still have that Bolt lead. Going to continue on trying to keep that map control if they can. Gugu's just trying to do his absolute best to stay alive. He was on the brink of death. The pool comes out and has actually turned things around completely and takes down a Trick. And Nickop's actually taken down Live Pool. So I kind of feel like, Teddy, the more we're seeing Activium play against Noble Elite, the more, the elements of skill from the individual players is starting to stand out here, as now the bot will be coming down towards the south of Noble Elite. Activium looking to see if I can do a little bit of damage and power, a little bit of pressure before they can get out of range, which Sammy just manages to. Stays alive, takes 2k damage in the process, but Spuse is still after Blood. He knows he's there, and Sammy dodged that so well. He's dodged 4 of Spuse's shots. 5 now. Is it going to be 6? Yep, he's missed 6 times. Is he going to miss 7? I'm still waiting for him to fire one more shot. Okay, he's actually hit him. Okay, it took 7 tries, Teddy, but he finally hit him. But yeah, I think it's going to be a little bit too late now, as already with a 4 bolt deficit, 5 bolt deficit now, and I think you can see Spuse was a little bit fed up there. So there we have it. Activium are most probably going to, well, not most probably about anything, they are going to be taking this game and will take this set. So it is going to be a 2-0 lead for Activium. And I must say, Activium, finally, I think this is probably the most convincing game we've seen so far.
Yeah, definitely. Activium looking really convincing in Siege overall, to be completely honest. Man, I do want to point out, Sammy and Spuse did make that Carl 1v1 on the side just the longest and most tedious thing I've ever watched. Honestly, next to that,
Was
a
you watching
Poker
that?
1v1, a Poker 1v1 looks exciting next to that.
Yeah, it was just in that right lane. When I was like, I know he missed 6 shots in a row towards the end of that last game in the right lane, but it wasn't just his fault. It was the fact that it was just the dodging, wasn't it? It was just the fact that he was going back and forth, and it's just one of those things, you can't hit him all, and the fact that he missed 6, it wasn't his aim or anything like that, or bad prediction. It's just one of those situations, really, wasn't it? It's just the fact that he just had to play the guessing game, and he had to do head or tails, and chose head and it was tails every time. That's what I kind of felt like in that right lane. So yeah, never mind. Noble Elite, they're going to have a serious discussion now, because they're 1 set away from getting knocked out of this competition, placing in the top 16, which is of course not what they want. And still fair amount of prize money on the line between top 16 and top 12. So they do want to still try and give it if they can by any means. But Activium, again, looking much better. That was the first game we've seen out of the last 4 where they've actually piled a lot more pressure on and looked a lot more convincing. As we'll just have a quick look at the set stats, as Activium do have 7 more kills and 38,000 more damage.
Yeah, so far pretty one-sided. Not a single siege bot went the way of Noble Elite, by the way, in this set. Then you can see by the big 0 next to the damage that Activium dealt to siege bot. So yeah, that's as one-sided as it gets, right? Like, I mean,
yeah,
sure, they could have had like one in all the home set and only 2 siege bots, but that would have been even crazier. So far, a 2-0 lead that does not necessarily feel like a 2-0, especially for Brawl, but in the end, it has been every single game going to Activium. They're on a 4-game win streak, and sure, maybe not as convincing as some of the win streaks we've had in the previous 2 matches, but it's a win streak nonetheless. And now the only way out here for Noble Elite, if they want to secure their spot in the top 12, that is going to be to win every single set. And they got to start here with Rustic Arcade. Not the easiest map to play either. I think that Byron, Nani, and what else would you play here? Well, Byron and Nani are kind of a given. And then for the third brawler, you can go for some other stuff. Not entirely sure what's going to be the best. Ruffs could be a really nice idea just to try to buff up the Nani in the mid, because he's also going to get healed in the first place. And that would be a nice way to kind of make his job easier to pop off. But we could be seeing plenty of other brawlers, maybe some sharpshooters, maybe well, honestly, I'm not so sure. I feel like 8-bit was the third brawler to always be played here, so it would be 8-bit, Nani, and Byron. But 8-bit got nerfed, and now we don't really see him much anymore. So suddenly it's like, do we actually, you know, expect an 8-bit here? Because I haven't seen this map being played since he was nerfed. So I'm not entirely sure, you know, what the go-to is going to be now.
I wonder how these players are feeling from both teams, because whoever wins this, they could be excited. It's like, oh, we won, but we're going to get swept next match. So it's like, it's pretty difficult. I do feel bad for both these teams, because it's like, it's great. So it's like, we won this series, but we're going to get 0-3 next one. I can't wait. You know, I'm hoping it doesn't work out like that way, of course. I'm hoping they do at least make it a lot closer than before. It's just worrying because both teams got, you know, 6-0 technically, like in every game, and it wasn't really like too close. Maybe Activium put up a little bit of a better fight against EXO, but you know, that's just clutching at straws here. So yeah, I assume they both are like trying to get at least a guaranteed third place placement here. And you know, another question as well, what's going through the mindset of Noble Elite here? Like, you know, how are they? You know, what are they going to do to change things up? Because Activium are now looking much, much better. Maybe that Brawl Ball is just a little bit of a slip up from Activium's side. We know how Brawl Ball can go sometimes in terms of the game mode overall. And yeah, of course, sometimes the maps. But yeah, it's going to be tough for these guys. I wouldn't be surprised if we see another sweep here. I think the only sweep we're not going to see today is the winners match. But then again, it is Clash. So you just don't know. As you know, you mentioned 8-bit. You know, we do see 8-bit appear for Sammy. So it's going to be the Leon, Stu, and Nani for Noble Elite. The Byron, the 8-bits, and Nani again for the side of Activium. So let's see what Activium can do. If they can close this series out short and sweet, of Noble Elite will be able to get some kind of revenge if possible.
Yeah, wow, nice shot from Nick Up. Is gonna go forward with the beep to just close out the kill onto Spews. And it's not a big lead gem-wise. Also 3 gems on Google, which is gonna be quite interesting. But he's able to pick up his 4th. There's a couple more spawning not too far off from him. And they have the damage booster available now here, Activium, so that could be quite a significant advantage for those mid-fights. Oh, the Peep doesn't find a connection. That's a bit of a shame, because they kind of needed it. Sammy, yeah, with a nice beam as well. Things are looking good for Activium to get to match point, honestly. Like, right now they have the gem lead, and there are a couple spawning a bit more on the side of Noble lead, so they could have the chance to catch up. But man, this is looking pretty good for Activium nevertheless, as Gugu is going to take back the lead and Trick is so low HP.
Most of Sammy's shots have just been absolute filth here today. It's just been ridiculous. It's just been a pleasure just watching him just, you know, bounce back and forth on that left lane, just being an absolute pain in the backside, just doing so much damage to Spews. Trick is just trying to sort him out and go, right, okay, you know, you're taking the mick here now, Sammy. You're doing way too much. Just, you know, you're not just a one-man band. We're just trying to take him out for themselves. But yeah, Sammy did manage to get away, and he's you know, inflicted so much damage across the entire team of Noble Elite, and Spews constantly trying to, you know, make something work. Finally, Sammy's missed a few shots, but then again, let's have a look at this as Activium are getting pushed back here, as Noble Elite are the ones who get the countdown, and that's going to be a team wipe. So Noble Elite here could actually be able to secure themselves their first game in this series. As Trick now trying to pull all the way back here. There's only Gugu with him, but the rest of the team wouldn't be able to stop it. I don't think it makes too much difference. No, it will not. It's only Spews there, as Trick and Knifeball were way too far away. And there we have it. Nobody do get that first game. It took a little bit of time. I thought at some point that, you know, because the amount of damage Sammy's inflicting across the board in that left lane and to some of the other players as well, thought they may start, you know, slowly giving up. But no, they, you know, fought it right to the very end and took a bit of time, didn't really have much map control, but that one vital team wipe towards the end is what helped them get the countdown and then literally pull straight back. They were so far up on their spawn that, you know, they had enough time just to pull back and make sure that there wasn't enough time for them to, you know, get to their side.
Yeah, I think that a big problem here for Team Activium is that the gems were on the Byron for some unknown reason. Um, I think that Leon was a really smart pick as well from Noble Elite. Was definitely really strong against a Byron, and even against Nani. I mean, Nani can two-tap him, you know, but if he comes up invisible or if he pops a clone, that's just an easy matchup, and he could really surprise people. So I think that was really nice. We do have the Stew still on Noble Elite, but this time around the Byron onto Trick, as he is taking a lot of damage but will be staying alive for the time being. And I like that a lot more. You know, Nick being the gem carrier, and he is gonna drop the gems, which leaves Sammy in an awkward position since he accidentally picked one up. But the beep is coming true. He's gonna get taken out by life speed. That is a bit awkward, and that is gonna give a nice advantage early on for Noble Elite to just get a bit of extra control.
Yeah, this is much better from Noble Elite. Noble Elite's still up 5-2. They've had more map control this time around compared to that last game, even though they did actually take game number 1. Trying to stay alive, Spuse, good shot from him taking down Sammy. Spuse is actually also taking down Gugu. So interesting stuff here as mid control still in favour of Noble Elite. But then again, Activium have managed to grab a couple of gems to their names. They will re-pick up those 3 remaining ones in the right lane. But still, time is running out here. 2 minutes and 15 left, but those gems are definitely going to come their way any second now, as Gugu's still looking to push on through. Sammy waiting for that vital flank. And you see Spuse actually switched to the 8-bit in the end himself. Sorry, to the Stew in the end. So looking to see if he can inflict more damage to Sammy, which he has done. Countdown has begun, but one team wipe will definitely be the game changer. But look at this, though. They're looking much better. Sammy's going to get cleaned up. Trick with a good kill of his own. Only 1 member for Activium, and that's going to be pretty much here, Teddy. As Nikop does take down Trick, but too little, too late.
Yeah, set going the way of Noble Elite, much better than what we've seen in the 2 first sets. Now, you know, where it starts being problematic here is that Noble Elite, it's a bit late for a comeback, right? Like, if you want to start your comeback, like, of course, just you got to start somewhere, and this is somewhere. The problem is that they still need to win 2 sets in a row, and I'm not sure if they can do that against Activium, especially if, you know, so far this does indicate this game to be maybe a bit of an outlier, maybe a map that they're better at or a game mode they prefer, and they did look a lot better, but are the other game modes going to be more like this one, or is it going to be more like, you know, Siege and Brawl that were very one-sided?
Yeah, I'm not sure. It's a little bit strange. Like, Activium didn't look like themselves in that second game. The first game, definitely. I think they may have just got a little bit demoralized from that first game, because they had the lead throughout, like, you know, most of that, and then they just dropped it towards the very end. And that's gem grab in a nutshell. That can happen. One, you know, slight mistake or small element of, or small level of inconsistency, that's what happens. You know, one team up can change everything. But we're gonna look at stats quickly from that set. 2 more kills, you know, not saying too much, but 18,000 more damage for Noble Elite. That definitely came from that second game, and not even by a small amount, by a large margin nonetheless. So what Team Activium can do. They're still getting their kills, but, you know, I'm not going to talk about 18,000 damage. It's not really much considering how much was actually splattered across the board. So we are going to go for highest central traffic. And, you know, the possibility of going to set 5, it will be on open plaza for bounty. And I think you can see Activium will want to try and avoid that if they can. So if they end it here, then it's going to be very good for them. If they don't, then it's going to be, you know, could spark trouble.
Yeah, I definitely think so too. It is a bit of a complicated map as well to play, so I'm just really curious to see how this one plays out, to be completely honest with you. Like, anything is possible. Pick-wise, we've seen the wildest stuff. But it does seem like it's going to be fairly standard, as we are going to have the Carl on both sides, the M's on both sides, and the Stew. So that's going to be the full-on mirror matchup, going down to skill rather than comps. And that is going to be an interesting set number 4 ahead of us. Look at that, Speech just letting Nick up walk by, but actually Nick up falls back and is going to get taken out. Spuse is a nice shot onto Gugu, does find Trick. Nickup is looking for Spews, but Spews is just able to take him out just like that. Spews going for a bit of an interesting play, just a full-on suicide, but it is going to be some nice early damage to take the lead here for Noble Elite.
Yeah, lead nonetheless. Good start from them. Still got plenty of time to work with too, as Nickup's trying to inflict his own damage towards them. So done 13%, not too bad. It is either get a trade or do some damage. Decided to prioritise the damage, perfectly understandable. And now Activium are ahead by 3%. So Sammy has witnessed Spews on the left lane. I think he's made that call to Nickup to let him know that he is there. And they all stood their ground as you saw. So Spews is hoping to get, you know, a fair amount done to the safe. Not a huge amount, but enough to make a tiny bit of difference. Trick looking to see if he can take down Nickup. Very aggressive push from Trick, considering they're both on the same HP. And now Sammy just trying to hold that right lane with all he can, and Nickup trying to go towards that left side. But Livepool realised that the middle lane is open, did a little bit of damage, and also Spears has pushed in to try and do the same. Every member from both teams are just trying to prioritise that save, which is understandable. But this is nobody's chance to inflict a huge amount in comparison to what Activium have done in the past. Now down to 34%.
Yeah, this is a pretty nice lead for Noble Elite, but nothing too significant either. It could turn around faster than we even imagined. Spews was a really nice skill, because I don't think it's getting traded out either. There is some damage from Nickup coming through, but Sammy is low HP. Gugu to stomp that push, but he's actually going to get melted down by Trick, and that is going to be it. Noble Elite at set point, 1 game away from tying things up, potentially going from 0-2 in sets to, you know, 2-2, pushing things to set 5. That could be quite an incredible comeback. And Noble Elite honestly finally showing up today to the Group D, because, you know, in their first match of the day, they didn't really show us anything. In this one, they did show us, you know, a lot more so far. We'll see if they're able to close this one out, but it's looking honestly not too bad for them.
Yeah, well, congrats Noble Elite so far. Welcome to the server, shall we say. Like, it's just balmy how things can turn around on this game. This is why I love this game. It's crazy what you can witness and expect. You could be the most knowledgeable person in the world. You could have a wealth of knowledge on this game, and still some of the things here and there, even like if some of the teams are in the same tier but kind of higher, lower, depending on their expectations, it's quite hard to predict. And always great to see, Teddy. Always great to see. There was me saying earlier on that, oh, well, actually, you know, we might even have a normal day. Of course not. You know, I don't know why I even bothered saying that earlier. But Activium, yeah, still need to crawl back here. Obviously, the momentum heavily swinging into Noble Elite's favour. Whoever's shot calling and said to the team, right, let's just pull our finger out and actually start doing something, you know, well done to that person, because it takes a lot of hard work and emotions to, you know, try and get your entire team to crawl back from 2-0. And already, look at the damage they're being able to do. Only, you know, a small amount, but an early bit of damage nonetheless. 15% done. Livepool actually took down Sammy, and now they do have the numbers, but they're trying to focus on recovering instead and just playing it safe. Trick taking down Nickup. Nickup actually traded with Trick anyway. Spews has been taken down by Sammy. Gugu was trying his best to finish off Livepool before he was taken down. Not going to happen. Nickup's trying to clean up Livepool if he can, but Trick was there to give support to Livepool, so good support from him.
Yeah, Sammy pushing up, a lot of damage on both cars, but oh, it is Sammy to win that fight ultimately. And that is going to be still the 2% damage lead for Noble Elite, but it is quite a close affair, as it is Activium on the more aggressive side of things. Will be taking the damage lead. Nickup, a bit of a mechanical blunder there, as he kind of struggles to make his way out of that position and ends up going down. Gugu fighting back. I feel like he could have gone for some damage on save, but that's all right. Livepool pushing up as well, looking to take down Gugu. Gugu, not really a lot of places to go towards, and that's the moment where you start thinking, what if he actually went for the damage on save? Would have been the same result, except they wouldn't have more of a lead. Anyways, Spews was a good position here to find some really solid damage as Gugu gets flanked by Livepool. Nice pinch. Nickup trying to defend. Should be able to find Spews, will indeed, and things are still really close right now. As it is an 8% lead in favor of Noble Elite with 25 seconds left.
It was funny earlier on, about half a minute ago. Spuse and Spuse and Sammy were just literally doing the exact same things in sync, and they both supered each other. Spuse came out on top on that. As Sammy now still stuck on that right lane, as the safe is down to 54%, but both teams are just going to go back and forth, going for a trade. But Activium are definitely going to lose that one because there's two members on top on there, save in comparison to only one with Liverpool trying to defend it. And there we have it, Noble Elite. Clean, very clean. Wasn't really some kind of chaotic mess. It was just nicely done. There was a lot better individual performances. Like, when I was watching it back to the very first set, Spuse must have got so annoyed with Sammy and what he was doing all along. And now that they're, using similar, compositions, and he can actually, he's starting to win those individual fights against Sammy instead now. So actually he's finding, he's finding his footing now. The entire team's kind of feeling themselves. So, we may have slacked off and, we talked a bit too bad about Noble Elite, about what they need to do. It seems like they're, making a very good comeback. It's weird how Activium have come back 4 games straight. Noble Elite are now returning the favour, 4 games for themselves. It's going to be a very interesting set 5. I'm going to feel for Noble Elite if they make this kind of comeback and then all of a sudden get trashed on in set 5. But then again, I'm going to feel so for Activium because they had it in the bag, Teddy. Literally everything was going their way. I didn't even see that Teddy in the cam. Good stuff, Spuse. He's actually, the man is feeling himself now. The stars are aligned for him and the rest of the team. And Noble Elite now looking much better. Now also out killing the side of Activium. So 6 more kills, 5,000 more damage. Not really too much to say. Save damage doesn't really matter too much anyway, but Noble Elite looking 10 times better. Like, honestly, it's weird, how things could turn out from, one side of the series to the other, and now we get to the very end. It is going to go to a set 5, and we're going to see who's going to be able to finish this nice and easy between Noble Elite and Activium. Look forward to it.
Yeah, I think that, in this match, Noble Elite, they're showing us how they qualified, to be completely honest, to this point, Because if you look on paper, it was a bit of a miracle run already in their international group stage. And right now, today, it was like, yeah, those guys maybe had a lucky bracket or some sort of a miracle. Thing is, they did qualify, fair and square. And this type of match is showing us like, yeah, this is how they did it. Except then it wasn't in a reverse sweep. They started off winning 1, 2, 3 sets in a row to just take a lot of momentum and stomp on their opponents. So it's nice to see them wake up again, but it's still going to be a challenging 5th set. They do have a lot of momentum that could turn things into their favor, but it could also be a bit of overconfidence. We've seen so many times, reverse sweeps coming through, and then in the last set, they choke. They just lose the first game, and then suddenly that win streak they've been accumulating before, it ends and things just go downhill from there. So we'll see if it's one of those scenarios. But to be fair, Activium, they did win 4 games in a row earlier as well. I feel like that's kind of what happened to them already, right? They just lost the one, and then suddenly it was a bit like, okay, I'm not too sure where we're going next, especially since it was a close game as well. It's not like it was a stomp. But after that, it just went, more and more one-sided in favor of Noble Elite, and set 5 might go that way as well.
It's just really weird, mate. Just really weird. Can't really decide how things are going to pan out here. I'm not going to make any predictions. All I can say is it's not. I don't think it's just teamwork or anything like that. There is slightly better support, but I kind of feel like individually, they have a lot more confidence in themselves. Like Spuse, like in those first 2 sets, he missed so many shots. He did not look like the player he should be, especially at this level. And now he is hitting everything. He's making, a lot. Not only is he hitting everything, he's actually making some really good decisions as well, and seems a bit more disciplined. I don't understand how some of these players can, make that drastic change in the space of 10-15 minutes. But, at this level, this is what you've got to do. These are the changes you've got to make. But have a look at the comps quickly. It's going to be Stu, Gene, and Max for the side of Noble Elites. It's going to be the Gene, Carl, and Stu for the side of Activium. And we're going to see how this story is going to unfold in the final set.
All right, first start going the way of Activium. That could be enough to just dictate the pacing of this game and force Noble Elite to overextend and make some mistakes. Oh, Nickop goes for a bit of a suicide mission on the left-hand side, and that is gonna just throw away the lead here from Activium. Interesting decision, but we do have a pull available on Gugu. He needs it to be a big one. But now 3 supers available on Noble Lead as well, and things are just not gonna be that easy. Life pool is, they can't really capitalize on too much. Google also at a very far distance, not in a distance where you can pull someone even if you wanted to. But yeah, a bit of a stalemate so far. Normally, you know, and this is probably where we see a bit of a skill disparity between some of those top teams. At this point, when I have so many supers, they use one because they're just keeping it for nothing right now. So yeah, a bit of a still game here for our final set so far.
Yeah, you're not wrong. A lot of patience and discipline from both teams. Neither team wants to lose this match. They still got an opportunity to get out of this group, but it's going to be a long, long road. As now 20 seconds left remaining. Activium, no, they have to make the push. 15 seconds left. Sammy looking to push that right lane. And the pull comes in. Nice pull takes down Gugu, as now Sammy coming in. And he actually gets taken down as well here. So that is going to be a W for Noble Elite, possibly, if they try and move it quick enough. Not going to happen, and absolutely no chance for Nickop on his own in a 1v3 in that numbers game. So yeah, my goodness, Noble Elite 5 games in a row and match point. Ridiculous, but I love it though. You gotta love it.
I want to be honest with you. I think that Activium are playing this one pretty badly. Like, first of all, they threw the star lead by I think it was Nickop on this 2 that just dashed into the others 2 and gave him like 2 free auto aim hits advance, which basically meant he died like before he could hit his second shot anyways. So that was a bit of a throw in the first place. But then afterwards, I don't understand what they were doing. Like, they had a gene pool, they had like a Stu super. Like, sure, it's not everything you want, but you got to start working at some point to try to take some of those stars back. And the problem is they just never used them. They kept them until the end. Like, but they really did, right? Like, they kept it all the way until the end, and then he got pulled. The thing is, if they used it earlier, because he had that like 1 minute with 1 minute and 30 seconds left, he already had that pull. He decided to not use it all the way until the 15 last seconds, where he got pulled instead. If he went for a pull at like 1 minute and 30 seconds, first of all, he had the pull first between the 2 genes, so they had an advantage in that they did not capitalize on. But secondly, he only had 1 chance to use it towards the end. If he used it earlier, maybe he could have had a second, a third, or a 4th pull in that game, and that's, you know, more chances to actually get a successful one, because you still got to hit the pull, you still got to capitalize on the kill and come on top of the engagement. So honestly, a very disappointing game from Activium. This time around, it's going to be Noble Elite with the blue star, and I hope that we see a bit of a different scenario from Activium, where they actually just try to apply a bit more pressure. It is going to be the case so far. Gugu should be quite close to his pull as well, but the sandbags from Spews might be a bit problematic. Pull is available. We'll see when he decides to pump it and how.
5 games in a row for Noble Elite. Match point. This is going to be the final set. Activium have not responded in a while in this series. It's like they're a completely different team. It's Noble Elite looking to stick together here, just waiting for the push from Activium. They're definitely pushing a lot earlier than before. Knowing after what happened last time and what Teddy explained, it's a little bit understandable as to why they're playing a little bit more on the offense. As Noble Elite did get that blue star early, which means it does give positional advantage for Noble Elite in terms of the defense and how they want to go on through. But Spuskas get taken down. So Spuskas takes down Nickop there. And now that's going to be an early lead for Noble Elite. This is getting worrying now for Activium here, Teddy.
Yeah, it certainly is. Nickop in a bit of trouble as well. Semi going for the flank, but Spews just takes down Nickop. And Activium, I think they were still too slow, because look at Trick. He has like 8,000 or something HP. Like, how are you going to ever take him down? Plus 20% damage on him. He's just going to be hitting you like a truck from kilometers afar. This is just, yeah, a bit of a disaster for Activium. It seems like Noble Elite will get the full-on reverse sweep. A lot of blunders and big mistakes from Activium after the 2 first sets. I think that, you know, maybe a bit of inconsistency and a team that is a bit too emotional so far, choking after they start losing and kind of losing some of the morale and motivation. And I don't know if it's like frustration and getting angry, but yeah, the full on reverse sweep, guys. It's gonna be Noble, Elite, Croco to move on to the top 12. They still got a match to play today. That's gonna be the decider match. It's not gonna be the easy journey, definitely not. But I'm excited to find out how that will turn out. We have the winners match of the group still to be played as well, to see who is going straight to the playoffs. And that is going to be, you know, quite a good one, as well, as it's going to be two Titans facing each other in XO and Clash. So yeah, make sure you guys stay tuned for that. We still got 2 more matches to go tonight, and definitely some of the juicier ones of the evening.
Oh my god, have you seen that? Do you know what? It's funny, it's like the stats or anything like that hasn't been inputted onto the scoreline. 0 kills, Teddy. 0. Noble Elite had 10, and you know the damage was there, but just not enough. 32,000 more damage. That's still a third more, and I still can't get over it. The fact that they've gone from losing 4 games straight to literally, you know, on dire straits, and they're gonna literally be knocked out in the tournament. So winning 6 in a row. We actually haven't had anything like that. We've had, you know, similar matchups where it's gone to game 3, and you know some of the teams have still fought back even though they've got 2-0 lead, and then there's a reverse sweeps happen. But nothing like this. Noble Elite were looking very good, and I do have to give a shout out to the entire team, but also Spuse. You know, those first 2 sets he was just looking very uncomfortable. He did not look confident in the slightest, and then all of a sudden he just turned into a different person. It's like he went from his first form and then he showed his final form in that 3rd set. It was ridiculous. So well played from him and the rest of the team. But guys, like Teddy said, don't go anywhere. We've got 2 very, very important games happening coming up shortly. We've got the winners match between, of course, XO and AC Milan Clash. And then afterwards, one of these 2 teams, if they lose, will play again against Noble Elite. So 2 very important matches, so don't go anywhere. We'll see you in a few minutes. But first, some highlights from that last game. Hello everyone and welcome back to the Gamestars League Season 1 for Brawl Stars. Lethal, Teddy, we're still here at the moment. 3 matches down, 2 to go. We do have the winners match coming up next. And we do have the decider, but we'll talk a bit about that later on because obviously we need to try and get one of these teams into the international finals playoffs and one needs to play against their decider match. But before we go into that, have a look at the quick standings between everything that happened over the course of today in Group D, as Clash made quick work of Noble Elite. EXO did exactly the same to Activium, both with a clean sweep 3-0. And Noble Elite against Activium. Noble Elite with a really clutch comeback, 6 games straight to take down Activium. Marvelous stuff from them. We weren't too sure it was going to happen, but they actually managed to bring that back. So great stuff from them. So winners match, we're going to start off with between EXO and AC Milan Clash. But first, a video from Clash and see how they're getting on. And there we have it, Clash showing their input on how they feel going into this competition. We haven't seen too much of them apart from stage 1 where they just made quick work and went, right, see you later guys, we'll see you in 5 weeks time. They're back again, looking strong as ever, and now they've got some tough competition come up in this next match between themselves and EXO. And not going to go too deep here in terms of the variety of popular brawlers they've been using. We can see Kirst using Gene 11 times. I actually completely forgot about that. And Gil using 10 or to Frank, and then etc, etc. But yeah, we're going to see a wide variety of brawlers no matter what. And I'll be interested to see what EXO are going to use. You know, don't get me wrong, these two teams are very, very strong, very, very good. Some people may say Clash should edge this out over EXO, considering their past performances and their recent form. But let's have a look at the bands before we actually knuckle down into anything else. And looks like Clash are going to go with the Stu, and EXO are going to go for the Poco. Okay.
Well, you know, once again, Clash, I think we're going to see them ban Stu every single time just because they're comfortable with every other brawler. And I think a lot of teams just ban the best brawler, whereas Clash, they don't really care who the best brawler is because they think they're the best players. And honestly, they rightly think so to a certain extent. So they just ban the brawler they don't want to face and that they were not planning on playing themselves because they know that, you know, if they can play Bell every single game, they'll gladly do so. Likewise with any other brawler that's in the game right now besides Jesse, I guess. So they just want to ban brawlers that they're not planning on playing, so it doesn't handicap their own brawler pool, but only their opponents, and it's a really, really strong strategy on their side. Whereas EXO, I do really like the Poco ban as well, because it feels very similar to that extent, especially since Poco is a brawler that is played a lot by Clash. They like to go for the Poco double tank or Poco tank Carl and that kind of stuff. So that's not going to be available, and it's going to simplify things quite a bit. So EXO confident getting into this match, although it is surely going to be a tough opponent, right? Triumvirate is going to be our first map here for Hot Zone, center stage in Brawl Ball, Canal Grande and Bounty, Snake Assault in I think Heist, and then I did not see the fifth one, but we'll have plenty of occasions to see those game modes before we get to them. Honestly, this is a really, really tough matchup to predict. On paper, Clash are a bit more consistent. They have had super impressive results through this competitive season. I think in the 3 first monthly finals, they made it to the grand finals every single time. They've also qualified for you know, the 4 monthly finals so far. So yeah, it's really, really impressive how good they are. We'll see how that goes, as EXO is able to win the bottom lane. Chaos will win the top one, so that should even the scores out a little bit, as Lunatic's first in the center area.
Yeah, that's fair enough. Clash, of course, what you've just mentioned, very high level of consistency. Very difficult on a game like this as well. So it's nice to see that they've managed to stand out from the crowd over the last 6 months, really, I suppose, and even longer. And Clash now up by 20%, but this, you know, talk about standing out at the map and the game mode, you know, such as this, it's very, very difficult to stand out in terms of actually being able to create a huge deficit from the scoreline. And already, though, I still think nearly 15-20% is a large margin for a map like this. But EXO are trying to play catch up here. Still got a little bit of time, but not enough to, you know, make a statement, as YD is going to push from that right side. Chaos is going to try and cause a bit of chaos, funny enough, as we can see down below already, Yoshi and Cursed up top, trying to stop Chaos from pushing from that left lane. But YD is there to support. Chaos realises that he had to push in because he was going to get flanked by Cursed in that left lane. But Cursed eventually gets taken down, and now Linane is still in the mid, whilst Chaos is back on that left lane once again, just trying to pile on the pressure. But you know, how much more can they do here? Still only need 20%. Every member from Clash have actually pushed all the way up and trapped him into that corner, because EXO has just been a real nuisance trying to stay alive here. And Chaos still stays alive on that left lane, funny enough. Finally gets taken down before releasing that super. Only need 5%, but EXO are really making them work for it here, Teddy. There's almost 1:10 left remaining. Of course, it's not going to go to the wire down to the clock, but Cursed still on that right lane, being a real pain. And Chaos trying to hold on to the middle ground, and Lane still in that left lane. Finally, Yoshi gets taken down. Looks like one of them may get taken down as well. Cursed trying to recover from that last engagement before Linane was actually able to stop him from recovering. It just won't stop here. EXO are just not letting off the gas here.
Yeah, jumping from Curse on the right side. It's already fully captured. McGee is going to be jumping into the top zone. We'll get a percentage, or actually, he's going to get quite a couple secured, and ultimately the win. I think that the difference making aspect, let's say, of this game here. Yeah, I was getting lost in my words, but I think that the big difference here was that Clash were able to win the center zone really quickly. And first of all, that meant that they had 2 zones fully captured before Clash did. And secondly, the middle zone is the hardest one to capture, right? Because the respawns are super close to it. You will literally be fighting invincible people on that zone, which is going to be quite annoying. And I'll just blame the map design, but it is the way it is, and the team's got to adapt to that factor. And that meant that, you know, honestly, even if we still had like a minute in that game and Clash weren't able to close things out, I really, really doubt that EXO would be able to, because Clash, all they would have had to do is just keep control of the mid zone, as it is just straight up impossible to retake.
Yeah, absolutely right. You know, when you do get first control, sometimes the early pressure can really make such a world of difference. As now Yoshi still on that right lane. Chaos is continuing to put a lot of pressure through mid and the left lane, with Lene now looking to try and play that support. He does get the trade on Yoshi, but sadly didn't save his teammate in time. And actually, funny enough, Curse does get taken down. So now Chaos is looking to push into the middle, trying to get some support from Lene again. But looking pretty good here. Is YDE still waiting to recover before he pushes Chaos, and still EXO looking to play that range game, but already Clash with that 10% lead.
Yeah, this is looking a bit better from EXO, but once again, Clash doing a better job around the center area. YDE is gonna be falling. Chaos does burn to his death as Lina goes for the jump in with 1000 HP. Not exactly sure how he expected that to work. Maybe a bit of miscommunication. Maybe he thought that there was no one on the top lane anymore, that they died or moved. Not entirely sure, to be completely honest. But Yoshi should be able to win here against BA. He's going to get pulled himself, which will take him down. But Lina, low HP, has to be careful, as Yoshi is going to go back to the mid zone, able to capture quite a bit, but he's burning down and will get taken out. Chaos getting some nice damage down onto a YDE, but no kill just yet, and the capture difference is honestly so small. Yoshi gonna get pulled, he goes down, and I think that, you know, with 2 zones captured and nothing on the top zone, by the way, not a single percent has been captured on the top zone, as you can see. All they need to do is defend, to be honest, and they could do that for the next minute. It is a risky way of playing, as Yoshi, you know, is gonna continuously come invincible to the mid zone. But so far, it's not working out too badly. YD going for the jump in. Lina is low HP, and this could be a nice opening, as Gia does take a lot of damage in the process as well. Lina looking for those snipes on Yoshi, but it's gonna miss a couple of shots, and those are quite costly shots as well.
Yeah, Chaos has done so much damage on that left side. Almost won a, well, actually no, he did win a 1v2 early on. As now EXO do have that lead. The first time they've gained the lead in this match so far. 25 seconds of Chaos continuing to do more damage here, and now trying to keep Curse back, but Curse does have that range, of course, with that Bell. Only a few percent difference between the two. Chaos just trying to do as much as he can to keep them at bay, but it's not going to happen, as EXO now with a formidable lead in comparison to what they saw early on. It's going to be way too little too late, as EXO does tie this set up. And now we're back to square one. It's all going to be 1-1, and then we'll go to a final game here.
Yeah, that was an interesting one. I think in the first one, it was just constant 1v1s on each zone, with Lina kind of helping out from the middle, and you know, Chaos and Guy also helping from the sides towards the middle. This time around, it was a bit more of a 2v1 on the side of Clash, whereas EXO were a bit more spread out, and they were just able to capture, you know, the every side at least a little bit, and in the end they won the 1v1 on the bottom consistently, and were just able to run away with that game.
Yeah, they certainly did. Now, how's Clash going to respond? We know this map can be very well organized. It can get really messy on multiple occasions. I'm sure for both these teams, it's not definitely not their cup of tea in terms of like what they want to do in terms of improvisation, but it's good for you on the side of EXO. They're able to respond to that, so it looks very good, but it still could go either way. Like, you know, if it was one of the, you know, competitive maps, we could see a lot more from Clash, but again, it's very tough to call exactly how it's going to pan out in this third game, because we could dissect a lot. Like Chaos on that left lane and the middle does a great job inflicting such a huge amount of damage with that Amber, no matter what kind of position he's in on that side. And also he's played, you know, very well, good support as well. It's just very difficult to try and push on forward from then onwards, and it's been on that for both these teams. So I want to see what EXO can do to continue on piling on that pressure, especially right at the very end. But at least been able to keep up with Clash on this map, as now we're going to see if anything different occurs compared to last time. Chaos was going to go for that bottom zone, but it's actually going to play support and try and clean up that kill on that middle zone, but instead one of the other players, I think Lene actually managed to get that first kill anyways. YD is looking to push forward to see if he can inflict even more damage, but Chaos inflicted so much with Lene actually cleaning up YDE in the process.
Yeah, very even start, just a very slight lead in favor of EXO, and actually since they got 2 zones, at least for a couple of seconds, they were capturing a bit faster. Chaos versus YDE can be won by Chaos. and AQM should be able to catch up as they actually have control of all 3 lanes. Yeah, it's going to be a bit more of a temporary control as he does find a pull onto Yashi. That is going to be the follow-up kill as well. And he doesn't quite go down just yet. He gets a nice pull. Well played, Gear, but he does fall ultimately. And that does mean that Clash, they lose a bit of control, but they do have 2 zones captured already. EXO just with the 1, and the others haven't really contested them all that much. Yashi going for the jump in on the bottom, gonna get melted down, but then now falls to Curse. YD going for the fight in the center, which does get cleared up really quickly, but he is low HP. He might end up going down, and he certainly will. And not really anything he can do in that position. And EXO, they have a bit of a chance to catch up here as they have some nice control on the mid zone.
Yeah, but certainly do. Here's Clash still up by 8%. Yoshi just managed to stay alive on 84 HP. A little bit of a shame, but Cass took a little bit of damage there from the shadow, but it doesn't matter. He's going to recover from that. No problem, no biggie for him. YDE still on that top side was Yoshi. Looking to pile on the pressure, was having that respawn immunity, but you know, Lenane is not stupid. He realises that. He backed away as soon as he saw him try and push up. But now both teams tied at 69% here, Teddy, as it's going back and forth between both of these teams. Kirsty and Yoshi on the bottom zone, and Gil and Lenane are actually at the top to see if they can push back EXO even further. But Clash only up by 1 or 2% here, and Cursus come diving in to see if he can continue with the supporters. Go actually took down Kirst, and YD took him down straight after, and Chaos took down Yoshi. So completely back to front here. Both Lenane and Gil is still looking to push on up onto that top zone. One of the players, I can't see that, is exactly still up there, just trying to keep Gil back. But Yoshi's come down to the bottom zone, being taken down. Curse may get taken down here as well. And it's tied at 89% as Clash finally being able to regain that lead up by 5%. It's back and forth, only 8 seconds left between the two. As Clash looking to hold this lead, and it was so close. It could have literally gone either way. Every second was so decisive, and there we have it. Clash do take that first set, but EXO didn't make it easy for them here, Teddy.
No, definitely not. And what is a bit scarier is that Hot Zone is one of the worst game modes for Clash. So I'm really interested to see what that entitles for the future. If maybe the other sets will be more convincingly going their way, or if, you know, who knows, maybe it's just a bit of a tough day and things switch around, or they got better at Hot Zone. That is also just a possibility. I mean, pretty good win. It does help, I guess, for them that maybe Hot Zone is not in the Triumvirate is not in the competitive map pool, just because in general in the competitive map pool they struggle more with Hot Zone, and this could be one of their better maps. It is a lot of 1v1s, which is something they typically shine on. But so far it has been extremely close, and every single game was super close. So I'm just really interested in seeing the rest of the futures, and to be fair, very excited about it.
Mate, I am so excited still. Like, the fact that EXO actually managed to keep up with them. I know it's a bit of a dodgy map, don't get me wrong. I think most of us know that's watching it here. But, you know, EXO still being able to keep up and always being able to take that series, that set pretty much says it all here. But let's have a look at the stats and look a bit more in depth. As you can see, 28,000 more damage. Couldn't see the kills, but I know that Clash had a little bit more kills in comparison. We are good at center stage on Brawl Ball. And Teddy, they're just not giving us a chance to dissect this. Let's just get straight in. No mucking about here. We are going to go into the second set of the series. Clash are up 1-0 and EXO. We're going to see how they're going to respond to that.
All right, so far a bit of a stalemate, which is to be expected as both teams are just waiting to get those supers ready. But that's going to be the first kill there from Lenane to Curse. Lenane pushing up quite aggressively. He falls to Yashi. Chaos not able to close out that kill. And look at that, Yashi pushing up. He's going to get the double suck as well, but Lenane makes it out alive with a clever dash. That's going to be some wolves gone though, as Cursed hits the pool, and Guy is trying to keep the pressure up on YDE so they can't just walk it in. Yashi though is going to get spotted by those shadows, and now they're aware of his location. Pull from Guy connects. He's pushing forward. Nice kill from Echoes to clear things up, only leaving Cursed left alive. The Gene duel is a bit intense. Oh, it's going to be won by Lenang. He trying to take down YDE, but he should be falling. And this could be a nice position for EXO to start a push.
Yeah, apologies, Teddy. Trying to steal the show from you. How dare I? How dare I do that? Still got a minute left. There's both teams very even here. YD is going to look to see if he can finish off Gil, but it's not going to happen. He pulled back, and of course he should, considering the hit points he was on. Chaos takes down Curse. Yoshi trades out Chaos, and neither team kind of really wants to, not that they want to excel, but be the aggressor to push on forward. It's been a very tough game, very difficult for both teams to try and find out any kind of opening, because both teams, every player has just been so aware, and it's just been very situational. As Gil's on, it was only like 36 HP or something like that, as Chaos does take down Curse. YD finally manages to clean him up. Yoshi rejoins the fray to see if he can inflict any more damage for them. Passes it to Yoshi. Going to see if we can push around that right side, but they know they're going to try and push that right lane, as we will go into overtime in the next 10 seconds. And I think right now they're just looking to see who's going to make that first initial engagement. 5 seconds left, still waiting for them all to regroup here. And I think that it's actually YD still trying to run away from the shadow so he can save the regeneration of his shots. But Gil on the front line here, all 3 members from both these teams are looking to see who can get the upper hand. And I think EXO are going to be happy here, because if Clash get taken down in that next team wipe, they should be able to score that no problem, considering they're more into their side of the match. But Gil gets taken down by Cursed, but then again, Lenane takes down Cursed, actually trades him out, so it's going to be a trade from both teams, as the players on EXO are going to try and regroup and try and push this back onto Clash's half.
Yeah, I think Gene pools are going to be the most impactful kind of supers. I think this one was a bit of a waste, though. But at least they secured a kill. The pass to Gigi going for the straight shot, and that's going to be AQM to close out the first game here in Brawl Ball. Quite an intense one as well, almost going all the way to the last couple of seconds of overtime. They do close it out. It was really close though, and EXO showed some really decent stuff. Just honestly, that's the thing. I think EXO had way more pushes and way more aggression and positioning, but I do feel like they didn't really have any chances with those pushes. There wasn't like one moment where it was there like, okay, if this went that way, they would have scored. Every time it was kind of like, okay, they got better positioning, but Clash is a lot more passive than usual, and they're just ready to punish them whenever they go for a move. And EXO never really got that close. They got closer to scoring more times than Clash, but none of those times were really like, you know, concrete opportunities. They were kind of like still a long way from being an actual goal.
Yeah, it's weird, because EXO did have a lot of positional advantages. Even right at the start of that overtime, they pushed them all the way back, and I think they knew deep down that one team wipe, or at least any kind of numbers advantage, was taking one of them down. That's it, it's over. It's going to be in their hands. So it's a shame they got pushed all the way back, considering the position that they were in. So they will be kicking themselves a little bit. I know it's something which is very minor, but we have to talk about it, because that was the game changer that led to that goal in the end. So now we're going to see how things go up in game number 2. It's still very close. Every second in this matchup so far is being a decider in some way, and we're going to see if that trend is going to continue, as Gil's just looking to try and stay alive. Chaos especially, he's only on 1268 HP in that right lane, but YDE just being a bit of a pain there, just trying to hold the middle, but Gil finally takes him down, as Lane's trying to push all the way up here, trying to pass it to Chaos, but he just realizes he goes, oh, actually Chaos is actually pretty weak himself. Passes it to Yoshi, but Yoshi's now just giving the ball back to Chaos and just trying to back away until YDE and, of course, Curse is going to regroup. But so we've seen a lot more aggression from EXO. They're actually exploiting some of these mistakes from Clash. But then again, like you said, not really much objective efficiency going forward.
Yeah, nice pull from IKLs might open things up a bit more. As Curse does have his own pull, he's gonna go for the blind pull, finds IKLs. Beautiful stuff from Cursed. You love to see it, and Gia is just gonna have to wait until he respawns. As we do have a strong push coming in from EXO. IKLs doesn't quite pump the gadget. Not sure if he mistimed it or just didn't pump it, but that's gonna be a missed opportunity to defend an EXO. They pick up the first goal and therefore the lead in this game.
this is looking very good from EXO, much better. And they looked better just individually overall. It's just they wouldn't really do much not that they wouldn't do the objective, but they weren't too sure when to actually push with it. But yeah, it's looking much better now, and you know, we definitely could see EXO bringing this back. But not without Clash responding here. This is much better from Clash, much better positioning and obviously control, as YD is just trying to keep him back here. But Curse is also trying to do the same. It was going to say that they're inflicting more damage, but actually Clash actually took more damage in comparison. But this is going to be the opportunity, and Lenane's going to try and finish off Curse, but he was only on 56 HP. Is YD now going to be looking to see if he can either push that ball back, but of course he's going to see if he can pass it to Curse, which he does. And now he's going to go all towards that right lane, and looks like this is going to be a game for EXO if this continues, but he's just going to try and risk it. Well, it's not going to happen here, and there we have it. EXO take game number 2. Good response.
Yeah, good stuff from EXO. They're catching up, but is that going to be enough to take this set? Because they still need to win a game for that one. And I mean, honestly, they've been looking better in Brawl Ball. They have been looking like the better team in Brawl Ball. AQM is still known as one of the best teams in the world for this game mode. So yeah, I think that they still got a really solid chance at stealing it from EXO as well. But EXO so far looking like the better Brawl Ball team, in my opinion.
Absolutely, no, I completely agree. Like, I'm not going to, you know, echo too much of what you mentioned, because I did feel like EXO were, you know, the better team in terms of how their timing attacks and when they pushed, and individually in many ways. But it was just an objective, but they did that much better. It was a lot better, actually, in comparison to what we saw compared to game number 1. They knew that it was just very minuscule mistakes which just costing them, or not even mistakes, but just plays they should have been making. But Lenane has already taken down Yoshi, so that's going to be the first kill in favour of Clash. But what they're going to do with this advantage, not really too much, as Curse actually trades out Gil there. And Curse is going all the way down south, not in before Chaos is waiting there for him on the goal line, and Gil is going to push straight out with him. So that was a little bit of a shame. Maybe a second or two earlier, and then he could have dribbled it or just got around it and passed it into the goal line. But these things happen, you know, it's not the end of the world here. It is still tied up in this set, and EXO now know that they need to win this next game to tie this series up. But still, EXO not looking too bad, but not after those 2 kills. This could be an opportunity for Clash to now put the pressure on and push it on with that ball. They're not going to try and go for the dribble because there's too much DPS on the goal line, and now YD is going to push the ball back up towards Clash's half.
Yeah, the shadows from Gear, don't think they could have done all that much here. They pulled to open the map up. That's going to be the goal from Yashi and EXO. They open things up with a nice goal. And now AQM, if they want to keep the set lead, they need the next goal here. Actually, they would need the 2 next goals, but at least to push things a bit further here. Pull onto Chaos from Yashi. Yashi does go down, and with the ball as well. YD being a bit of a problem, but Invincible Lena is even bigger of a problem, I guess. A bit more than 30 seconds left for AQM to try to tie things up, and EXO are gonna have to hold on to that defense. And not trying to push up. He's actually going for it. That was a bit of a risky play. I don't really see in what world that would have gone true. And now that we are so close to overtime, it's a bit of a shame to waste that opportunity. This is looking like EXO. They're gonna tie things up and just push things to at least set number 4 total, and we'll be moving on to our 3rd set in a couple of seconds. Interesting.
Yeah, that looked a lot better, and it just seemed like Clash couldn't really reply or adapt to what EXO were doing. So a lot better stuff from EXO. Of course, that was Brawl Ball. These things can happen. It could be one of their strengths. And we thought it was going to be a little bit different because, like you said, you know, Hot Zone is one of Clash's weakest modes, not in terms of map, but just modes overall. But EXO did look much better. But they looked better in game 1. I think it was just some very silly mistakes which kind of really gave it away. And I think they knew that. They knew that the odd couple of bits and pieces, if they got rectified, you know, they should take this. And it was nice that they actually rectified it so quickly. And this is why, you know, these are some of the best teams in the region, because with some of these mistakes you make, you just need to accept you've made them and then just crack on and then try and go through to the next game. Like, some teams find it quite hard to do that, and not just, you know, adapting, but also fixing, you know, some of the bits you did in middle of some of the series. But yeah, great stuff from XO. Clash obviously need to try and fight back now, and I'm sure they will nonetheless. It was quite hard for them to like figure out any ideas. There wasn't really many windows of opportunity created for them. So we'll see how set 3 goes. But you might know we'll go to at least a set number 4, and it's gonna be some exciting stuff in between two of these juggernauts.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I just want to congratulate XO for this really good set. They just reverse swept a Brawl set from Clash, which in the first place, just reverse sweeping a set from against Clash is already really, really epic. But doing it on their best game mode, that is just another level. So XO looking pretty good. We're going to be moving on to set number 2, and it's going to be the chance for both teams to try to take back the lead and move further into this match with a higher scoreline. Things are looking pretty bright for XO. I think they've been playing better so far, but we'll see if they're able to just hold it up for the next couple of games.
Yeah, it would be a pretty big upset, even because it's considering the map pool. But we will go to we're going to play a little bit of Bounty now, Teddy. Don't get a chance to dissect that. We're just going straight into another set, which is fine. That's fine by me, Teddy. You know, it's not an issue. Like, I'm more than happy to go straight in. As we're going to see who's going to get that early advantage. XO does get the blue star, but Clash managed to collect it back as well as getting that kill. But XO responds to another kill of their own. So still XO looking pretty strong. YDE still trying to be a bit of a pain in the backside to Chaos. But what more can he do? He's still pushing all the way around through. Linane takes down Cursed in the process. And still YD staying alive in that left lane. Yoshi trying to get away if he can. If he does, that would be huge. And that was massive for Yoshi. So even though XO are tied up, they do have that blue star. So it's basically your move, Clash, to decide how you're going to swing some roundabouts here.
Yeah, they do have the Mortis on Lana, which can do some true miracles. And we've seen that happen just way too many times already. We'll see how that comes to play. So far, he's just pretty much been chilling in the bush.
Yeah, just still finding their time. But it's going to be back and forth. You know, this is a very, very standard game of Bounty here. Speak of the devil, though, Chaos does take down YDE. Typical, as I mentioned that, as that next kill comes in. As Gil looking to try and push on up with Linane if he can with that Mortis, but it doesn't happen. YDE actually takes down Chaos as well, so you can see there YDE was just in there waiting for the trade. Is Yoshi now just trying to back away, but XO are very heavily separated, so we need to be careful here because Clash can easily catch up. XO does manage to at least get another kill to their name thanks to YDE, and they're looking to push all the way back. They do have the numbers advantage if Chaos does push in. 7 seconds left. All 3 members looking to back away to the top left at the same time, but Clash does manage to get that scoreline in their favor, only by 2 stars right at the end. They couldn't get to the top left in time. There you have it, very, very close, and Clash managed to close things out in that game. Every single game has just, you know, been ridiculously close compared to what we've seen in previous matchups.
Yeah, they truly have been. I mean, you know, it is the match of the day for a reason. And there's a reason we're getting hyped and excited about this matchup folding in front of us. XOFA, they're looking pretty good, but Clash is looking a little bit better in some of those sets. Bounty seems to be that way so far. Brawl was a bit more of a one-sided affair in favor of XO, especially after that initial game. But things are looking pretty alright for Clash. We'll see if it's maybe a bit of a pattern emerging that XO, they reverse sweep those sets after Clash is the ones to pick up the first game. But I doubt it. I mean, obviously, it's absolutely possible. What I doubt more is the pattern to it, as we do have an early pusher coming through. YD on the Mortis as well, so a bit of a Luna versus YD Mortis showdown, as Luna is going to pick up a nice kill, but will be traded out right after.
Yeah, the Mortis from Linane did so much work in that last game, and I think they realised that they just wanted to do it with themselves as well. But you saw that Gil takes down YDE's Mortis, Linane takes down Cursed as well. Yoshi is the last man left standing. He's just stuck on that right lane. But Cursed is joining him to just support him a little bit here, but not in the meantime. You can see one of the players is also crunched up on that top left side, but YD realised this and just thought, I'm going to try and do as much damage as I can before I get cleaned up. And what a play that was as well. And he must have made that call as he was getting pushed again. Still back and forth in the top lane. YDE still did so much damage there. Huge plays from him. And EXO are now up by 4 stars with Yoshi on that right lane, trying to back away from Lenane's Mortis, and YDE waiting for Chaos and Gil to also push up here.
Yeah, this is a pretty nice situation for Clash actually, but oh, look at that, they're able to find a kill. It is only a 3-star difference, but look at Curse, he's so up close. They don't spot him on Clash. Oh, a bit of a bounce will spot the location, but Lena going a bit too aggressively alone is going to get punished, and it's still a 5-star lead in favor of EXO so far.
Still not looking too bad, but EXO is so weak here, and we won't be surprised if Yoshi gets taken down. Yes, he does, but actually gets to trade, funny enough, and Chaos takes down YDE, still up by 1 star, so there's one initial kill is going to make all the difference. And YDE is actually trapped on that left side, and the Tix is still trying to cause so much. I don't know if it's going to happen here, and no, it will not. Wins by 1 star. EXO with, again, a good retaliation from them. Yeah, and literally, you can't tell these two apart here. It's ridiculous, but that was definitely much better. That Mortis change from YD was definitely, you know, a massive difference maker. One of the key factors from him and one of the plays he made, he was trapped in that top left, he was in the 1v2 scenario. He clearly made that call before, you know, he actually made the move. He said, right, guys, I'm going to get traded here, so I'm going to do as much damage as I can between the two, and then you guys clean up afterwards. And literally, when the pincer came in, that was it, and they actually managed to take down the entire team of Clash. So good preparation from them, and just, you know, good listening as well, because some people may not react to that quick enough, but they were already in position for it. So good small talk from YDE. I'm going to make the assumption as he went in, it dealt the damage, and good team wipe. So yeah, that was definitely one of the biggest factors towards that victory.
Yeah, I completely agree. You know, at this, to be fair, this is kind of what we expect from those tier 1 teams in EMEA, to be able to pull up those really nice mechanical and like reflex plays kind of, and think really quickly throughout the whole situation, kind of see one step ahead, that kind of stuff. It is one of the reasons why I think Lena is one of the best players in the world. Most people are going to say, yeah, mechanically he's so good, but if you actually look at most of his best plays, it's not even just impressive mechanically. What really stands out to me is his game sense and game awareness. He's just going to spot opportunities that are just like invisible to the naked eye, you know what I mean? Like, you're just watching and you're there, like, especially as a caster, you learn kind of where to get hyped, you know, and what is exciting and what is not. And when you watch a lot of Brawl Stars, well, he completely messed that up for me, because there's been so many times I was just watching and I was there like, there's no opportunity, I don't need to like rebuild up some hype because nothing is happening, but actually was already working towards the next step from an opportunity he spotted like 5 seconds ago, and he was just building up something insane that you just can't make up yourself, you know what I mean? And
okay,
it just he's just built different, man. Like he just sees in the future. He sees in slow motion. That's how fast his brain goes. But YD going for the aggressive play is gonna get punished. Avgi able to capitalize on that. Lena with a kill of his own, and Curse is the last player alive. Is gonna get the pull onto Lena. That is gonna get the star lead at least a bit less one-sided, but. Look at that, Yoshi gonna get pulled. 4-star lead in favor of AQM. EXO are gonna be looking to catch up.
I'm not too sure what's going on with Curse. He was showing something on his iPad I couldn't actually see properly. I think it was like he was still in lobby, so he's not technically in-game. So I'm assuming it's going to continue on, even though it's probably going to be a bot. But yeah, if that is the case and the game continues on, then it means that Clash are going to take this game. And I think, yeah, something definitely has happened. I could tell straight away, like, you know, even in that first 30 seconds. And yeah, what you're saying earlier, yeah, sorry, I completely misread what you're saying, but I understood it in the end. Yeah, it's like, you know, considering how much like you play the game and like the game sense, normally you can make the assumption of when to be hyped to completely understand that. But because he's a few steps ahead, he's just planning something bigger. And then of course, yeah, that's when he kind of throws you off a little bit. I'll make note of that definitely when the name actually does something silly like that. But it looks like this game, I'm going to make the assumption it's going to go off the way of AC Milan Clash. just due to the fact that one of the players on EXO didn't seem to be too happy. I don't know what the rule set is. I don't know if it's because the game started and he was stuck in lobby, it means it's going to continue on, or if this game is going to get replayed. We'll find out shortly. Actually, I'm going to find out myself whilst I leave Teddy with you guys on his Larry, and I'm just going to see exactly what is going on. But Clash still winning that set, and you know, if it is going to continue on, then it's obviously going to be 2-1 series in favour of Clash. But we're just going to double check and make sure that game 3 is going to be accepted, and we're going to move on to set 4.
Fair enough. Well, I'm going to assume it is so far. I mean, it's a bit tough to say as well when the problem started, because I feel like early on it was fair and it was going the way of Clash. So it's a bit of a complicated situation in that sense. But yeah, Clash would be running away with this set, which is definitely, you know, a bit of a tough hit on EXO, especially if there's some outside circumstances being involved in the result by, you know, maybe an in-game bug or a lag, or I'm not so sure what. But yeah, Clash picking up this set, I'm supposing from the overlays and stuff. So yeah, I just don't want to really analyze that final game too much, because I don't feel like that's necessarily fair to EXO. What is fair to EXO is that they will need to really overperform themselves in the next couple of games if they want to just, you know, take the first seed in the playoffs for this group, also just secure their spot in the playoffs and be 100% sure that they don't need to go back and face a no bullied Croco. So all that stuff is to be kept in mind, as things might get a bit more complicated as we keep moving on. I mean, the 2 last game modes aren't the best ones for Clash either. I feel like, oddly enough, today Clash isn't playing too well here against EXO. Like they are playing maybe slightly better or like on par. But game modes like Brawl and Bounty, normally Clash, they're like arguably the best team in the world on both those game modes, which is pretty odd to see them struggle so much against EXO on those 2 specifically.
Yeah, it's typical, isn't it? It's like even Clash playing at 90%, they're still doing very, very well. Just a few slip-ups here and there, which I'm sure they're going to review once they've done this. But it also could be the map pool as well, because it's, like I said, a lot of these teams, well, actually, no, not a lot of them, all of them are going to have to improvise compared to what they used to, but compared to the monthly finals and any other competition they do enter, because obviously everyone, each one has their own rule set, so it can throw them off just a tad. But I hope that issue which Cursed had isn't going to affect him, you know, in terms of his mentality too much. I know it can do, like, you know, it can really throw people off, and I'm not too sure what happened. Obviously, I think he was just stuck in lobby. I don't know if that's a connectivity issue or anything like that, but I'm going to make the assumption that we are going to go straight into set 4, which is a little bit of a shame because we couldn't really separate those 2 on Bounty. You know, both teams were making great plays, and it was just, like I said, in terms of game sense, just very good decision making individually from every player, and just a shame that that actually did happen. But I think I'm going to get a response in a second about what is going to happen with that set. But I am pretty certain that it's going to go straight to a set 4, assuming that Clash is going to take that 2-1. And it looks like we are going to be waiting for information from the referee, but don't be surprised if it is going to be a 2-1 series. But even then, though, you've got to remember that both these teams are favourites to go into the top 2. It's just basically which route do you want to take in the playoffs. You know, do you want to take the easy route or the hard route? And you got to remember, this ain't double elimination, this is single elimination. So you want to take the easiest route as possible and let, you know, someone else get a kind of fluky win or anything like that. They're saying it could be replayed, so we're just gonna literally just wait and see exactly what happens. I completely understand from Kurt's perspective as to why, and one of the main things he did, actually, he showed his iPad to the player cam to show that he was in lobby and everyone else is still, like, you know, competing and playing. And Clash aren't, let's be honest, Clash aren't stupid. They knew that was a bot play, and there was no way that Curse would go from tier 1 to tier 10 in like a matter of 1 game. So yeah, we're just gonna see what happens, and we're just gonna wait it out. But if you're just joining us, everyone, welcome. We've had 3 matches out of 5 so far in Group D. This is the international finals. We've still got 2 more matches being played. This is the winners match to decide who's going to win this group, and whoever's going to lose this match will play in the decider match to decide who's going to place second between whoever loses this and, of course, Noble Elite. And if you're just joining us as well, just in the tournament overall, we do have the playoffs, which is going to be tomorrow and Sunday. Tomorrow is going to be all the quarterfinal games, and we're going to have both the semis and the finals on the Sunday to determine the winner. And if you guys want to get involved with Season 2, it has been announced, and make sure you head over to brawlstars.gamestars.com. And what you can do is click on the link somewhere in chat on the right side. I always point the wrong way every single time. I am absolutely awful. I apologize. So yeah, if you guys want to get involved, if you're from EU or the MENA region, make sure you do. If you're not competing in any competitions, now's your chance, especially in an online format. Give you as much experience as possible. If you're an experienced veteran or an old man like myself, just jump in anyway and see what you can do. See if you can beat some of these juggernauts up. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see. So we look forward to seeing you guys try and qualify in this competition. But going back to this game, of course, like I said, if you are still joining us, it's currently 1-1 between AC Milan Clash and the side of XO. We thought it might be 2-1, but Cursed had a bit of an issue with his iPad. We're not too sure if it was a bug or connectivity issues, but he did show straight away before the game started that he was stuck in lobbies. So we're just waiting to see from the referee exactly what's going on. So it looks like they're saying that last game should be replayed, but we're just biding our time. I was going to say, look, what's going on, look at the time, but I ain't got a watch on, so I'm not going to play that stupid dad joke anyway. But yeah, Teddy, it looks like we could be not waiting for too much longer, but we are going to probably replay this last game.
Yeah, most likely. And honestly, Clash also are known to be very fair play for this kind of stuff. I saw them in an event on Tuesday, I think. We're in the grand final. They were playing against Navi. With quite a bit of prize pool as well, and they were behind by 1 set, and they played a game off stream because they forgot to warn the admins that they started set 2, and they won against Navi, and yet and the admin said, no, you got to replay because it wasn't on stream, and they just threw the game. Navi won against them, and they had a chance to replay it, and they just they were forced kind of by the admins to replay it, and they just threw the game and were just running straight forward. And yeah, it was pretty nice fair play considering they were already a set behind, and it would have been a nice opportunity to kind of keep, maybe have a bit of a restart, bit of a reset in that second set. Plus,
was that recently?
It was 3 days ago or 4 days ago.
Oh wow, okay, cool. Oh, good guy Clash.
And it did piss off the admins as well, because obviously, the admins, the reason they wanted that game to be on stream is to keep the show on. And there's not much of a show when you're just running and doing a gem giveaway towards your opponents. But it was pretty nice. It was pretty fair play. And Navi was really happy about it as well. I mean, happy. They were, people like fair play, right? So that's definitely something nice.
Oh, absolutely. Always agree with fair play, but also I can understand if people take the advantage. It is business, this is a competition at the end of the day. But, Clash, fair enough to them. Do you know what? They get a little brownie points from me for that, because you don't really get many teams out there who are so humble and respectable and more than happy to give, a victory to someone just because of a certain thing. Because they can easily turn around and just go, you're not having that victory. If I get the opportunity, then yeah, of course I'm going to take it. But do you know what? Fair enough to them. If they do bits like that, even to their toughest opponents, then, respect to them. Respect. Definitely get brownie points from me. So XO are going to now see if they can bring this back. Cursed is not a bot this time, so it should be okay, as they are currently up by 1 star, as Clash do have that blue star to the name, but not going to make any difference here, as they are behind in terms of scoreline, as Gil gets taken down by Yoshi, and Linane takes down Cursed. Yoshi takes down Linane, so traders coming in back and forth, but the scoreline does change slightly by 4 stars, and now it seems to be a lot more aggressive from what we've seen in the last couple of games. A lot of pulls here in there.
Yeah, it is only a 2-star difference, and with the sort of comp we have here on both sides, that can change very quickly. A nice pull mixed with the max movement speed or a Mortis dash in, and it's quickly turning around. But Gia takes on YD. Nice pull from Cursed there to take down that kill. So now going in, trying to go for a bit of a pump off, picks up 1 kill, keeping the star difference rather low between both teams. But Yoshi, I think, is the only one holding on to enough stars. Yeah, and because he has the blue star, they need to take him down or both his teammates to take the win, which is not going to be an easy task as YD is running away. The pinch might be coming through, and now with some good damage to pull as well. That's going to be the double kill they needed. 7-star difference, and look at that clash. Able to seal the deal. That's going to be 2-1 and sets in their favor. So, sure, we did replay the game, but the result eventually is the same. And that makes me happy that I didn't waste my saliva like analyzing the previous game and saying like yeah, well-deserved win, because it wasn't this time around. It was, although EXO did for the most part play better, a bit of a better timing on some of the pushes from AQM, and able to handle the pressure towards the end better, being able to, instead of like, you know, taking the pressure, being able to deal it and force it upon EXO with some really solid pinches towards the end, some really solid plays. That final pinch was really solid, and sure, it was a close call, but it did go in the favor of AQM, which means that it is 2-1 in sets now, as we've had a bit of a back and forth match so far, with one set going to Hot Zone, then the next one to EXO, the next one to Clash. So if the pattern continues, this one is going to EXO, and we're going to have a 5th set. Otherwise, Clash might be able to seal the deal here on Snake Assault in Heist. A map that is quite interesting as well. I don't know what the meta is right now, because obviously in Power League, which is where the only place I've seen this map semi-competitively, I guess, you know, you can only have one brawler on both teams. Like you can't have mirror matchups basically for the brawlers, which does have quite an impact in the meta. So brawlers I used to see quite a bit were Sprout, Byron, Colette, Crow, 8-bit, but he's been nerfed since, so I wouldn't expect him to be played here quite as much. I think that's it for the most part. Is Bell available in this matchup? I think it is, right? I'm pretty sure Bell is available.
It wouldn't be too much of a surprise, actually. I was just trying to think for the top of my head. What also
yeah, Bell is available.
Oh, okay, so what also strikes me is that you said Power League and you didn't say how bad one of the maps was in the same sentence. So I'm quite proud of you for doing that. That's the first time I've only said Power League and not say something bad about a map. So I know it took you, what, 4 goes, 5 goes?
Don't get me wrong, it's not a good map, but it's next to Triumvirate. This is a masterpiece of map making. Like I'll definitely take this one over Triumvirate any day, man. Any day. Honestly, Triumvirate, I see it. I'm not a dodger myself, but I think a little part of my soul dodges the match when that happens. Like, it's, man, just truly different. I have some like PTSD every time I think about it. But yeah, on this map, I'm just really interested to see how the meta is going to be. I think Crow and Colette are kind of the safest bets. Then I'm still pretty confident with Byron, so I would expect that to be a thing. But the thing is, Bell is available, and usually when I play Power League, I do ban Bell because I'm not a psycho. So we might end up seeing...
You're a normal person, Teddy.
You can't trust your teammates to like first pick it, and if your opponents have first pick, then you just gotta ban it. So that is kind of how things are. Anywho, I feel like Bell would be replacing most likely the Byron or maybe the Colette on this map. So I think that we will most likely be seeing Crow probably on the left side. Mid would be the Bell, and then right side would be the Colette or maybe an Amber. That would be my idea, but you never know. If it's completely different, just pretend I haven't talked for like 2 minutes about what I expect to see. But that seems to me like the best comp. Obviously, those guys know better, and they surely do. I'm just hoping that I you know, that I know well enough to to like have an idea of what they have in their own minds. Maybe not at all. That is always, you know, when you go for comp predictions like that, it is a bit of a risk, but hopefully it pays out. As okay, I mean, I'm almost right for the comp from Clash. We do have Guy on the call. Carl is a fair point that I missed. I do feel like overall Crow is not that much of a worse option, although he can get countered by Carl just because of, you know, the 2-tap potential. Guy is gonna burn down, as we do have the Crow on XO, and they have the Amber as well. Honestly, comp-wise, I feel like it was pretty on point.
You keep telling yourself, Teddy, it's fine. Don't worry about it. Like, to be fair, actually, in all fairness, like, 9 times out of 10, you're normally right, and you did get most of them right anyway. I think, considering the amount of borders you can use, and this map's not really played that often, I think that was a very good rounded guess. So you can have a pat on the back.
To be fair, there was a bit of a bug on our API. I think that showed the wrong brawlers on the sides for EXO. So I saw Gene and stuff, and I was there like, what on earth is going on? But actually, I was right for 5 of 6. Only the Carl that isn't even there. There's not even a Carl. What am I saying? The API on the side was wrong. So actually, I was spot on the comps. Well, all right, just clarifying that. Take it away, Lisa.
Yeah, I will do. Right, make sure you're in chat. Give a round of applause for Teddy's thought-provoking discussion on his comps, because he was right. So it's actually production purposely changing the ball picks just to throw Teddy off completely, but Teddy was ready for it nonetheless. We've got a minute left and already Clash are down to 61% on their save, so EXO looking pretty damn good here. And so you can see Chaos with the Colette just trying to inflict another 13% damage, and Lane taking down Curse's Bell as well. And Lenane actually does get taken down by Yoshi here. So down to 71%, only a 10% difference. One team can make the difference here for EXO, as they do push all the way in. YDE trying to continue to support Yoshi if he can from the other side. But now they've got that map control, and they need to push this middle lane to keep Cursed back with that Bell, because he's continued to inflict that damage, and it's going to be enough. It's now increased it to 20%, 23% now deficit, and it's just going to get worse here if he's not too careful. 20 seconds left remaining as both these saves is just going back and forth. They're trying to trade it out as much as they can, but Clash the one, we're down to 34%, and the name's getting pushed all the way back here. Chaos is trying to push up to that middle side and see if he can do any more damage, but he can't, as Yoshi just holding that middle side, and the save of Clash is dwindling down, and there we have it, down to 17% with a 31% deficit. Good stuff from EXO. A good start from them, actually.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they really needed that as well, right? Now they're only 1 game behind to tie things up, pushing things to potentially set 5. Clash, they want to try to seize as many opportunities as they can in this set, because Siege is a pretty decent game mode for them, but it's a really good one for EXO as well. So that's where things can really start to get complicated, and I feel like Clash, they might have a bit of a better shot here in Heist. We'll find out. But yeah, EXO 1 game away from tying things up. That would be a pretty nice comeback, since they have been on the back foot for the entire match. There was tied up a couple of times, but there was always AQM kind of initiating things and taking the set, and EXO being there like, okay, we got to start winning now. and then they would calm down and Clash would start winning again. So yeah, pretty back and forth match so far. We'll see if they're able to seal the deal, pushing things to set 5, or if Clash can get to match point and really put the pressure onto EXO. Because we've seen EXO, the couple of times where they were under pressure here against Clash were the moments where they had the biggest struggle. Every time that Clash managed to get a solid lead in a game, EXO would kind of crumble apart, or if AQM had some really good positioning, some very nice pinching, they would be able to just, steal away some games, because EXO wouldn't really be able to handle the pressure on each side. So yeah, match point could be having that effect, but they will need a strong game, because man, EXO are just so good in Heist.
They certainly are indeed. It's a lot better than I expected. And we can see what changes have been made in terms, not just in terms of comps, but in terms of how they're going to continue that map control, because their damage count and the kills are looking very good for EXO, taking every advantage possible. And now Curse looking to push mid, but Lenane just sitting there daring him to push across, takes him down quite cleanly here. One shot should do it for YDE. Oh, YDE, I like that from him, just trying to bait out that shot there, but you saw their Gil just push behind and go, yeah, you're done, mate. Like, you haven't got any hit points left at all, as Yoshi takes down Lenane in the process. On that right lane, does come up on the respawn, as both Cursed and Yoshi, I think it is, just trying to hover around that left side, whilst now YD was dilly-dallying a little bit, but now looking to try and continue putting on the pressure. Left on 60 HP, but not too much damage done to the safe as of yet, as EXO has now dropped down to 83%. Still got plenty of time. Chaos isn't, doing a huge amount towards the players, but he's just, finding these weird openings, which is open to then pressure on forward and excel at. So EXO just need to be a little bit more aware and make sure to cover every opening which could be given to Clash. And Chaos now going to push up a little bit more, doing a lot of damage to YDE. Curse is just on the support mode, just see if it can do any more damage to Chaos. Chaos was so weak. One more shot would have done it, but Gil also taken so much damage, but he is actually taken down by Yoshi. The name takes down YDE, and Chaos pushing all the way up onto Curse and does take him down. Almost a team wipe here, and this is going to be the opportunity of Clash to push up onto, on not just getting map control, but pushing up onto their safe.
Yeah, good stuff here. 15% difference in favor of Clash still. Could turn around as Whitey is still alive and he's dodging well, but Guy ultimately does find him. Guy might get surprised here by Curse. He's able to dodge the shot he needed to, but it is such a close affair. Still only 6% difference, and with 20 seconds left, Clash, I don't know if they can just settle with a good defense. I think they might need some extra damage going their way as well. The jump in coming through there from, I couldn't even see Guy, I believe. No, yeah, Guy it is. Luna trying to defend off Curse, will do so successfully. This is looking like game for Clash, and therefore a match point as well for AQM, as they're only one game away from going to the top 8.
Yeah, this is pretty mad at the moment. They were getting out damaged towards the end. Well, I'm talking about EXO, of course, and during the middle. But yeah, they kind of wanted to continue to exert themselves. I don't think they wanted to wait back or anything like that, which is a little bit of a surprise. I thought they were going to, they still had time, but, they weren't patient enough to then just recover and then push up straight afterwards. But I think they were just worried in case Clash did pinch him towards the end. But it's fair enough on Clash, a lot better as well. And yeah, it's neither team, both teams are just really struggling to get anywhere near the objective. Just both teams' setups, defensive setups especially, are very good. There's only a little bit of awareness which had a little bit of a problem from EXO at the start of that game, letting Chaos kind of push that left lane, not just willy-nilly or anything like that, but just a little bit easier than usual to then do a bit more damage on the safe. But apart from that, it's been pretty solid from both teams. Neither teams really trying to excel with their strengths. Not really too many weaknesses here and there. It's very hard to kind of separate both teams at the moment. So we're going to see if we can separate them this time round. And, the proof is in the pudding. Look at the objective count. Neither team could get anywhere near their safe unless, they had a Bell, sprinkling a little bit of damage here and there, and same with the Amber as well.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, it was close. It was really close, and one team fight going the other way around definitely would have been enough for EXO to take this one and go to set 5. Now, right now, it's all tied up, except that there is still a set advantage for AC Milan, which puts them at match point. Still set point for EXO as well, so they could, they might as well just, push things to the 5th set, but they just need to fight a little longer, push things a little stronger, as they're so close from making it happen, but they're not there quite yet. We are moving on here to match point for Clash with the almost same comps. Guy is switching off the Piper to go for the Byron. That's going to be an interesting decision. So far, working out all right, as he is facing a Carl on his lane that is struggling to keep up with the range. Curse goes down to Chaos. Nice snipe from the Nah. That could be massive amounts of damage. Look at that. Chaos is gonna put the flames. Oh, actually, never mind. He's gonna play it rather safe in the end. The Nah will be falling. Chaos playing it really safe, actually. I'm very surprised. I feel like he could have dealt so much damage, but he just wanted to heal up instead.
Yeah, those comps were incorrect at the start for what we saw from EXO. They're not using those comps at all in the slightest. And EXO, they're still trying to keep them at bay, but look at Gil on the right side here, just continuing to use that Byron to do some damage and using that range. YDE actually absorbed one of the shots in the process. That's what he wanted to happen, but I don't think that was the timing he actually wanted. But Gil just being a real nuisance in that right lane. Still, look at this, continue to do the damage. But what can Yoshi do here in the middle? Is he going to try and stop Chaos with the Amber, or is he going to leave Gil behind in the right lane? It's a big question. But then again, it's only on 57%. Not as much as people may have expected here. But still, a better defense nonetheless. The defense wasn't solid, but, when you're getting outnumbered like that, the save could have definitely dropped in percentage a lot quicker or a lot more in comparison So far, so good for Clash. They are up by just over 10%, 16% now. And this is a completely different matchup. You know, they're trying to do a lot more strategic chaos rather than actually being any kind of messy match here compared to before. Before was a lot more structured, but this time around, they're trying to force the situation a lot more often. As you can see, the pressure is getting to both teams. Now there's 30 seconds left, 16% difference. So how are EXO going to try and come back from this, as they need to win this game to continue to set number 5?
Yeah, I really love how Clash are bringing in the Byron on Guille. Not as a healer, not as a support, but just as a duelist. And it's been working out just so well. He's found so much value for his team. And that's just crazy to think, as he is supposed to be a support brawler, a healer. But Clash, they take down EXO 3-1 in the end. What a fight from EXO, but it's just not going to make the cut here against AQM in the winner finals of Group D, which does mean that Clash, they secure their spot in the top 8 of the playoffs. They keep fighting and take number 1 seed of this group as well. Now, it's not the end for EXO, guys. Don't worry if you are an EXO fan. They're not going anywhere just yet. They have one more match to play. That's going to be the decider match against Noble Elite Croco, with their chance to, you know, still stay in the playoffs and move to top 8. Now, they do need to win against Noble Elite Croco, but from what we've seen earlier, nothing is pointing out that they wouldn't.
Yeah, I'm going to be gobsmacked. Like, don't get me wrong. We've seen in the previous 3 groups where it actually has been like a lot closer. Like we saw the 3T Gaming game against Kazaki in Group A, which was just absolute madness compared to, like, you know, their previous matchups. Like he got swept, 3T Gaming got swept every single time. Then all of a sudden it was like a different team took over their devices. It was just absolute madness. I don't expect this to be the same, because it's not like a tier 2 team against a tier 3 team, where sometimes those situations can happen if momentum swings in the tier 3 team's way, because of course some of the tier 2 teams have a lot of element of inconsistency still, which, you know, stops them from being able to stop tier 3 teams from having an opportunity to come back in certain matches. But, you know, for EXO, they look way too strong. I will be gobsmacked as well if Noble Elite do actually come back from this. I'm trying to remember who Noble Elite actually played at the time. I think Noble Elite played Clash first, didn't they? And then it was actually EXO who played Activium. So it could be a little bit closer, but I'll be very surprised, because I think it was very back and forth between Activium and Noble Elite. But we're going to have to see if Noble Elite can bring this back against EXO. But yeah, I will be pretty surprised, Teddy, if we do see any changes.
Yeah, likewise. Honestly, I don't really expect it at this point, right? Like, it could be happening, but yeah, we'll find out, man. We will find out. Now, guys, we got a quick break before we hop into our 5th and final match of the evening. Make sure you stick around if you want to see whether it's going to be Noble Elite Croco or XOFA that are going to join the top 8 tomorrow. Yeah, we'll be playing that match in a couple of minutes.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the Gamestars League Season 1. We've got only one match remaining, just one, as Clash have finally booked their ticket into the playoffs for tomorrow. They go in as first in the group, playing in second against one of the other teams in one of the other groups. And we're going to talk a little bit further just in terms of the standings of today's group before we go into our last matchup of the day, as Clash and EXO made quick work of Noble Elite and Activium with a nice 3-0 series between both of those matches. Noble Elite, respect to them, full of respect from both of us, making that 6-game streak comeback. It was down 2-0 and brought it back 3-2. So great stuff from them. But is that, are they going to still be able to continue this swing? It's going to be difficult because a lot of people are probably predicting that EXO are going to be forcing Noble Elite onto a one-way ticket towards that struggle bus and maybe even make it into another 3-0. We'll have to see because, Activium, you can see how much they struggled against EXO. People would make the assumption that, history may repeat itself, but just for a different team. We'll have to see here as we're going to look at the popular brawlers for both sides over the last 5 weeks of the competition. Gene, 15 times. Fair enough, Kirst. You love your Gene. We can see that. But Lifepool does love his Max as well. Apart from that, nice bit of variety. Nothing really too much we'd expect from anyone else. And yeah, be interested to see if Noble Elite can, well, dare I say it, actually make something happen in this matchup.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be interesting. I mean, some of the stats, especially for Max and Gene, first of all, they were really strong brawlers, but especially when Sandy was meta, that was just a godly trio that teams would just play every single game. It is a bit less strong now, so we do see also a little bit less of the Gene and the Max, but we still see plenty of it. We still see absolutely plenty of it, but we are ready to hop in even before we know the maps. Obviously, the biggest fans of Brawl Stars will recognize Hard Rock Mine from kilometers away, and that is going to be what we kick things off with. A trade kill to open things up. Life 4 is going to get pinched a little bit, but is actually able to escape as Yashi is too low HP to really keep going with that fight. The pool might be going through any second now from Curse, but he took quite a hit, so now he's going to have to fall off, and Trick has taken a lot of control with that pool available as well. That could be a great opportunity to both stack up some gems and maybe find a connection on someone. UID seems to be the target. He's going to get pulled and taken out. The mispull from Cursed, that would have been a juicy 3 gems heading his way, but it's not gonna happen, and Noble Elite will keep a bit of an advantage positioning wise, because gem wise it's pretty much all tied up, but these things are looking to slowly turn around in Noble Elite's favor.
Yeah, slowly but surely. I just find that these teams aren't really giving us a chance to make predictions. It's like we don't have a runner show here, Teddy. They're just like, yeah, forget your runner show. We're just going to start the game with you or without you. But, we do want to, stay in it and cast it. It's fine, it's fine. EXO arm up by a couple of gems. It's their connect, though. And Noble Elite are putting in a much bigger and better performance here. Both teams back and forth trying to fight for control. But EXO is slowly but surely actually been able to edge them out. But as I said, Noble Elite are still putting on a lot of pressure here, as they know that time is running out and time is of the essence. As YDE still on that front line to try and keep the rest of the players back at bay if possible. But now Noble Elite realise they can't really stay in the middle too much longer. They need to make this push, but Spruce got taken down by Kirsty's pull. Kirsty's realised, yep, he's done. He doesn't need to play anymore. He's just completely wandered off somewhere, and that is going to be the first game of the first set in favour of some EXO. So yeah, pretty good stuff. And we can actually talk about the maps and the bans now. We've actually been given the opportunity to have a little bit of a preview here, Teddy. As for what I've seen so far, Noble Elite have actually banned the Bell. EXO have actually banned the Poco. I think EXO have banned Poco every time, if I'm mistaken.
Yeah,
and I
think that Noble Elite banned Bell every time as well, I think. But yeah, no matter what, pretty standard bans, at least for those teams especially. I just want to point out one thing with the camera that I kind of thought about the other day, and I was doing some math. But when you spectate someone in game, there's like between 5 and 7 seconds delay, and I don't think there is delay on the cameras. So I don't think he actually left before the game ended. It's just that we saw the gameplay later than the, you know what I mean? I was thinking
it's
about that a couple
ahead.
of times as well. Yeah, it's a couple of seconds. So yeah, that's something to take into account. My point wasn't to correct you in any ways, but just so people at home don't feel like wow, the disrespect, he's leaving in the middle of the game, whereas actually, he actually won and left at that moment to, I don't know, go to the bathroom or look for some skill. I'm just kidding, Curse. Don't beef me. Yeah. But no, anyways, you're right. EXO is going to be a pretty heavy favorite coming into this one. Although they did have a tough time against Clash, it was really close in multiple sets, and it could definitely have gone the other way around. It could have gone to set 5. It could have been 3-1 in their favor. So I wouldn't look too much into the fact that, they lost 3-1 against Clash, and that Noble Elite did get smacked by Clash, but that EXO, won against Activium, that lost against Noble Elite. You guys get my point. I wouldn't look too much into that. I would just look into, straight up this matchup. Noble Elite have shown us some decent stuff against Activium, but it wasn't like pure greatness either. They did drop 2 sets, like basically gave them away, and I feel like Activium did throw a little bit towards the end. So EXO heavy favorites coming into this one. We're talking like, if I had to go in like odds, I would say maybe like 8-1 or 8-2 or like something to that, like that. You know what I mean? Like just very much in favor of EXO. We'll find out how it comes down in gameplay, as game 1 did follow that trend, but things might turn around. We have a mirror matchup again, which usually does favor the favorites, which in this case are EXO, so we'll see how they play that one out.
Yeah, see how things go here in the second game if Noble Elite can try and respond back, but yeah, it's going to be very, very tough considering this kind of matchup as well. Yeah, I don't know when I noticed actually. I think it was a couple of weeks ago I noticed that the cam was like 3 seconds ahead. I think it's because I noticed MMA pick up his doll on the cam on one of the in one of the games, and I was like, okay, how's he still
moving?
How's he moving and dodging this much? How's this moving back good, dodging projectiles here and there like it's his day job? Yet he's like kissing the doll at the same time. That's when I knew. I was like, right, something's not right. As we're gonna carry on watching this game. Already 7-0, 8-0 now. As this is the EXO we kind of expected here. A lot more structured, orientated team to be able to retaliate and adapt to whatever the team's going to bring to the table here. Noble Elite just relying on, just pure aggression and just trying to throw them off in some kind of way. But no, that's not going to happen against a team like this. It's going to be very, very difficult for them. Spuse does push in here against Curse. He's only on 80 HP, will get cleaned up. Countdown has started, and look at this though. Life Pool trying to dive straight in, but not going to happen. Josh gets taken down. Trick all on his lonesome here. He will be joined by Spuse, but let's be honest, Teddy, it's going to be a numbers game here. 3v2, 3v1. Life Pool is going to be the last man. He will get cleaned up, and that was just textbook stuff there from EXO. What should have happened really in the first game, but this felt a lot more controlled. I didn't feel like EXO were by any means, lost control of that in any way, shape or form. It was just, like I said, just textbook stuff, just what should have happened in that first game, and they controlled the pace, the tempo, everything just went their way there. It's just, Noble Elite, we saw, a few more flaws and holes in their gameplay, like, a lot of 3v2 advantages to EXO, a lot of simple bits and pieces here and there. Sometimes a couple of players of Noble Elite were way too spread out, so the support couldn't come quick enough. And EXO, when they see these tiny little mistakes here, they will not hesitate to take advantage of it, and they're starting to realize more and more now as they push on ahead. And my god, yeah, look at the kill difference as well. 17 kills for EXO, 4 for Noble Elite. It felt a lot closer than that in that first game, but it might be because Noble Elite just had a little bit better objective, sneaking a few gems by here and there. But look at the damage difference, 42,000, pretty much a third more EXO did in comparison. But EXO looking very strong, what we expected, and this is what I mean. You may be able to topple a tier 2, tier 3 team with what they were doing earlier with the momentum, but sometimes emotions don't take you all the way against a tier 1 team. They can control these kind of pushes and this kind of aggression. I think we saw Shooting Star. I'm going to assume that's what we saw, Teddy, going into this next set, and it's going to be the first game, and we'll see how Noble Elite can once again respond.
Well, there will start things off with a bit of a lead. Yashi taking a lot of damage. Have to pop his return to center, but with the last shot from Spuse, it's not exactly going to do all that much. And that does lead us to a 5-star lead right now in favor of Noble Elite. Not the worst situation for them. We'll see how EXO can respond to that, as they are slowly getting more and more control. But they need more than just control, right? They need kills, they need those juicy stars. And Spuse is looking to go quite aggro onto Yashi. Can't quite close out the kill. We have a dig out being placed as well. Will require quite a lot of ammo from both Trick and Lifecool to take it out. Yoshi is going to go maybe a bit too aggressive, falls, and this does lead to a 7-star lead now in favor of Noble Elite. Make it 4 as YD picks up his first kill. Interesting, I don't remember seeing YD playing the Piper all that often, but he will be for now, and he dodges that peep as well. Did cost him a super, but doesn't matter all too much. Ultimately, better to just stay alive than anything else. As Spews is pushing up, Dickhead. Oh, it can't get dealt with by YD, and that's actually going to be giving the lead to Noble Elite. Cursed, really aggressive, is going to get punished for it, down to 950 HP. Nice dodge, stays alive, but still a pretty significant lead in favor of Noble Elite right now. With only 15 seconds left.
Oh yeah, and you can see Curse had to push out, being so weak at the time. Yoshi will get cleaned up eventually, but he has to, he has to push. He can't sit back. Sadly for him, he will get taken down. And there we have it. Noble Elite do win that first game, which is still a fair surprise there, looking a lot better than they did in the previous set. And well, you know what bounties like. We all know what bounties like, considering the map. I know we're on Shooting Star now. I literally saw it in half a second. See, maybe getting old, but my awareness is still there, so that's all good. So we'll find out what Noble Elite can continue on doing. This is what I mean. It's like this week. Well, I could say every week's been pretty strange, but this week has just been an absolute mess in particular. Like the fact that some of these teams should be wiping the floor, some of them, due to previous matches, recent form. It makes perfect sense as to why, and it's just absolute madness that some of these things happen. But if Noble Elite does take this set, then yeah, it's just absolutely balmy. You do find as well, like Tea Drinkers was a good example of yesterday's match against Reply Totem. Like Tea Drinkers were just a little bit too demoralized. Reply Totem already lost him in a reverse sweep already, and absolutely did a ridiculous job against them in Group C yesterday in the decider match. So we have seen some weird things happen, but again, Noble Elite have the advantage. We're seeing pretty good being on the back foot with their passive setup and just playing, with a lot of discipline and just being patient here. Lifecool just taking a fair amount of damage and just weaving and going back and forth, trying to see if he can dish out even more dirt onto Yoshi, which he has done, still on half HP, but Yoshi is recovering. But as I said, that Trick's taking on YDE, and YDE, well, actually they're both just traded each other out, so not really too much to talk about there. But still even Stevens here, Teddy, as we're waiting to see what EXO can do to break this setup.
Yeah, and honestly, I mean, it is a trade, but in the end, it is going to be a bit nicer for YD, because basically Trick picked up the kill first, which meant that Trick had 3 stars on his head. YD had the kill after he died, so he didn't get an extra star to his own name. So in the late game fights, it could make a difference, although it hasn't so far. But the peep coming through doesn't find a connection yet. Does need to connect eventually here. It's not, and that makes things a bit dangerous. Trick does full 2-star lead for XO Noble Elite. They need to find a kill, and they need it soon here. Curse able to... oh my god, he's gonna go down. That's gonna give the win to Noble Elite.
Oh my god, oh, that was... Yeah, it was a very debatable decision. He only had a few seconds left. I think you can see his thought process with the movement speed of his brawler. It was either he can go back to, you could see he wanted to come back, but I think they were just a little bit unorganized with the approach. I think he wanted to tell his teammates to push up ASAP so that you can support them, but I think they were kind of also at the same time telling him, actually no, just come, Curse, just come back, you'll be right, you'll be fine. But I think they just weren't on the same page. It was a very, very quick decision that both made. Curse, I can completely understand why he decided he wanted to try and hide behind the structure, because with the movement speed he felt like he couldn't get back in time. But yeah, what a way to actually close that out. But Noble Elite, it wasn't convincing, but it was still a good push nonetheless. It's just a shame that Cursed just got caught just a little bit there with his tail between his legs. But he's going to be kicking himself now, thinking, why didn't I just carry on pushing back? Or actually, the other two are probably thinking, we should have just pushed up and played support. But I think even with the amount of time left, even if they did support, I don't think they would have the DPS to maybe get a trade kill straight afterwards, and Curse probably would have been taken down anyway. It's very situational, but I don't think it was in their favour. Yeah.
I think it was kind of both, because on the one side, Curse was maybe a bit too aggressive, but on the other hand, if the peep connected on someone, that would give the lead to Noble Elite, and then EXO would need a very quick kill, and everyone was falling back from EXO. So that was a bit of a miscommunication, I suppose, as they weren't exactly very synergized on their movements. But we are moving on to Siege right now. That's set number 3. First Siege bot seems to be heading the way of Noble Elite. Unless it gets tied up, it will. And that is going to make things even more interesting and complicated. As that does mean that, you know, both teams have a couple of bolts already in, that there's 40 seconds until we get to the next one. Basically, tripling the time for that first Siege bomb to spawn.
Hold on to your seatbelts, guys. I think we could be in for another weird night here as Trick takes down Yoshi, Cursed takes down Lifeball, and the 1v1 between Trick and Lifeball commences. Spews. Oh, actually, both Noble Elite players actually took him down. Yoshi's actually a bit late to the party and actually could get traded here as Lifeball's trying to get away from him with that Barley, and Spews takes down Yoshi, and they've got the numbers here. But how are they going to take advantage of this? Look at their bolt deficit so far. 6 bolts in favour of Noble Elite. But the next question is going to be, how are they going to prevail with this level 12 Siege bot? Are they just going to go straight in here? They do have a Barley as well, so they could force out their hands. But then again, they could try and keep that mid control and recover from that next bolt
Look at that
deficit.
defense.
But it's a huge amount of, yeah, that's way, way too strong. Only 3%. EXO have an 8 bolt lead. It could be curtains here for this game, Teddy.
Yeah, they find 1 bolt, it's done. That's pretty much the current state of this game. Noble Elite, I have no clue what they did on their offense. They didn't even try. Like, they were just super passive. And I get the appeal of trying to go for the last Siege bot, but you're 8 bolts behind, and it's not like you're facing a tier 2 or tier 3 team like they've had a couple of times in the past. They're facing like probably the 3rd best team in Europe, or at least top 5. Which does make things very questionable, as in, do you really expect them to have that bad of a retake that they can't find like 1 or 2 bolts? Like, I don't know, I feel like they should maybe respect EXO a bit more to that extent. And yeah, it is definitely a mistake that is going to cost them that first game of Siege.
Oh, that was such a shame. Noble Elite were looking so good, but the problem is, even though EXO are taking these games, they're letting, you know, it's not like they're giving Noble Elite false hope that they could win these games, but technically they are at the same time, because Noble Elite are going to be like, well, you know, we could have had that if we put a bit more pressure on the players rather than, you know, supporting the bot itself, or maybe if we kept map control a little bit better, you know, we could have actually won, you know, you couldn't have so much of a deficit in terms of bolts, force our hand and then lose. You know, there's a lot of little things they can take into account here. So I just feel like in terms of like their mental state, EXO just need to try and close this out now. They can't just give the side of Noble Elite so much false hope here and there, because they're going to keep thinking to themselves, actually, we could topple them. You know, there may be a fair amount of skill gap, but from what we saw earlier on against Activium, we could see a repeat of that. It's a little bit worrying, but EXO did look a lot better towards the end, which is, you know, which is good, but they just need to be a bit more cautious now.
Yep, I think so too. I mean, you know, this was just a big mistake from Noble Elite. Like, they were in a position where they could have gotten, like, especially with the Barley. Like, it's the best brawler at finding damage while being safe. And sure, it is a map where it's not the easiest to do, but they could have found more than 3%. Like, that's for sure. And it was just very weak and clearly the wrong decision as well. We'll see, though, how this one goes, as they will get a couple of bolts early on. I do think that EXO are able to tie things up, so we should have a draw once more. And yeah, indeed, the draw is coming in. Spews not able to find a whole lot of value just yet. A nice shot on Curse now, though, is able to pick up the kill eventually, but Lifeball is quite low HP as well. While you're looking for Spews, and he's able to hit some great shots. Spews is gonna fall, dropping bolt in the process. YD with a nice super to just make sure he doesn't get pulled, and Trick is gonna miss his pull onto Curse, which does give a bit of an advantage to the gene from EXO, which is the gene from EXO, yeah, which is Cursed. YD versus Spews does lose the fight, and this is looking like a siege bot potentially in favor of Noble Elite. They are gonna get the pull here XO, and they should be able to get a couple more balls. But yeah, level 9 siege bot for XO, for Noble Lead. XO losing that siege bot on purpose, by the way, just so they can get the last one.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense. It's not the first time we've seen that either. They defended it quite well before. They should be able to do the same again. Maybe it's not as well as before. But I think you're absolutely right though. They have done it on purpose. They know they can easily come back and, you know, get a much bigger bot going into this. But how are Noble Elite going to do this? Are they going to win this next siege bot and get all these bolts, or are they going to try and cushion the blow and defend it themselves? You know, because 17%, you know, it can easily be overtaken here. EXO on 9 bolts, Noble Elite on 5. But this is what's annoying me as well. Noble Elite actually won a lot of their engagements earlier on against EXO, but now they're just falling apart a little bit towards the end. At some points, EXO were just way too separated to support each other. Like, they weren't in range, and now it's actually the side of Noble Elite because EXO are playing much better, seem to be a lot more on form. But Knifepool trying to delay that bot as much as possible. They only need 17%, and it's going to be highly likely. It's still trying to keep him at bay, actually. The defense not looking too bad. Are they going to be able to do it? It's going to drop down to 94%, 88, only by 5%. Oh no, they actually managed to get a little bit of damage done afterwards. Oh, that's going to, oh, that's such a shame. Only by 1%, but EXO do manage to take it, and I like their game plan, like you mentioned, just saving those bolts for the last bolt.
Yeah, that was a really solid defense. Honestly, a very sloppy attack from EXO as well. But it does work out. Ultimately, a bit of luck towards the end that, you know, there is a 1% difference, which does mean that, you know, if it was maybe like 20 damage less, it could have rounded down the damage, or like rounded up, I guess, so that the Ike would be all tied up. Because even if the HP is different, it's the percentage that counts ultimately. So if it's 83% to 83%, even if there is a damage difference on like pure HP, it is a draw. And it was really close from being there as well. But EXO just barely get through the finish line. Look at that. The siege bot is gone. They only took like 6% damage from the bot, but 2 Carl shots making the difference in the end. Was a 1% victory, and it just shows what if they capitalize a bit more on their siege bot Noble Elite, maybe they would have been able to pick up this this game. But it's 2-0 for free agents in the end, so 2-1 in sets in their favor, and they will be in a pretty decent situation to pick up this match and go to the top 8 of the playoffs. Kaboom Canyon up next. We've seen how good EXO are on high, so I'm expecting more of that. Bell and Poco were the bans, I think. Yes, Bell and Poco are the bans. So I'm expecting Colette, potentially Byron or Poco, and then Crow. Those are kind of my favorite brawlers to see here. And we're going to see exactly that, except for the Poco, which does make sense. You know, Byron is, in my opinion, a better option, although we've seen Poco work plenty of times as well, even against Byrons. I just like Byron a lot. I think it's a very fun brawler to play.
Absolutely. Good prediction as well. As always, Teddy. As always. See, this is why you're here. This is why you're my right-hand man. It makes perfect sense, doesn't it? As we're going to see Spews get taken down by YDE. Yoshi actually takes him down, funny enough. Curse takes down Knifepool. Nice team up to start off with. And you said, you know, one of their strongest points of EXO is heist, especially on this map. And, yep, you've already... you know, that's pretty much proving your point. Already down to 43%, and that team wipe at the start just made such a huge difference. But YDE, he knows that he won't be able to win this engagement as he's in a Forza 1v3, but he's doing it on purpose just to give his teammates a chance to go off the respawn and then be able to rejoin the rest of the group. So, as you can see, already Spews looking to try and do more damage, but he saw there Curse prioritise the safe rather than actually going for Spews, which is fair enough because he was so weak anyway. Miles will use it to take down that safe. Down to 30% here. Yoshi's just trying to run away if he can. He knows he was trapped into a corner. As YDE is just holding that middle ground. As Spews does know he's fair somewhere in the bushes. Does a little bit of damage here. Drops down on that Crow, but Trick waits for him to push on through. As now only down to 18%. So one more super from Cursed and then a little bit extra should do it. But they now know, though, that, like, you know, wherever Cursed is, they need to seriously pay attention to what he's up to here. They can't let him even push the middle ground, because if they do, that's going to be pretty much game for EXO.
Yeah, the save down to 3%, and that is gonna be the dash from Curse to close things out. Match point on the line here for EXO, potentially knocking out Noble Elite Croco from further competing in this first season of Gamestars. It's looking good, man. Heist is such a strong game mode for EXO. I don't see like 10,000 ways of them dropping this one, to be completely honest. Like, it just looking really strong on their end.
Yeah, it looks ridiculous, Teddy. It looks like, I feel like EXO are going to give us an early night. I don't think they're going to make us stay for another hour to go into a set 5 game 3. It wouldn't surprise me. Like I said, there's one dodgy things in this competition, so which has happened. And looking at these comps so far, pretty much the same mirror match as last game. And already Yoshi, look at this. Yoshi and Cursor just going straight in. No holds barred here, Teddy. As Cursor will get taken down eventually. After a little bit of time of him being a nuisance, Trick was just trying to heal Spew's fair. Spew takes down Yoshi. So this is actually better from Noble Elite. I don't know if it's going to make any more of a difference, but Spew's just going on a rampage at the start of this game. Is it going to be enough? As Curse is just pushing all the way up into that left lane. I can understand what he's trying to do, trying to get to that top left corner to waste some time to let Yoshi and YDE push on up. But from, the advantages that Noble Elite had, they've only done 11% damage onto the safe. Wait, did I just see Lifepool miss that super? I literally only just saw a glimpse of it.
I'm not entirely sure, to be completely honest. Lifepool is gonna, not hit this one either.
There we go.
Maybe it was a bit of a prediction.
Yeah, I can see beyond like the next 5 seconds, so it's fine. It's kind of like the player counts really, but as Spuse is still on that save. There's a fair amount here, so at least EXO do have, they do have a bit of work ahead of them here, because still though, EXO actually looking a lot better compared to that last game. I don't know if this match is just getting a bit messy, a bit too messy for EXO, but Yoshi has taken down Lifepool. I'm sure EXO could maybe come back here. They still got a bit of time to work with, but nobody, it's weird. They seem a lot better than that last game.
Yeah, they definitely do. They definitely look a lot better. Alright, Spews does take quite a bit of damage. This is a chance for EXO to retrieve some sort of control. But Yoshi is quite low HP. YD on the right hand side. Jump in from Spews. Super from Curse. Defensive super, which is an interesting decision. But honestly, he gets his next one right after. Nice shot from Yoshi. Curse taking a lot of damage, but Lifepool might be able to deal a lot of damage. Does go down to YD. Maybe a bit optimistic on that dash. 20 seconds left. And it is really close right now. Only 11% difference. One Colette super would be enough to make the difference as the jump in comes through from Spews. He's going to pick up the kill. Colette super lead for EXO, but ever so barely. Lifepool has a super as well. They can't stop him. And this is going to be game going to Noble Elite, getting to that point. One game away from tying things up and pushing things to set number 5. Not really something we expected, to be completely honest, Lethal.
No, I didn't. I was thinking about what I was going to cook tonight, but it's going to be way past my dinner time now at this point. So, but this is what I like to see. I'm really surprised that surely we can't see a repeat of yesterday, because Reply Totem did tremendously well against Tea Drinkers. Tea Drinkers, it's understandable because those two teams are top of the top in terms of caliber skill. Reply Totem had a lot of huge amount of inconsistencies and eventually got taken down, but I swear the skill gap is way too big for these two teams to contend with. I'm surprised Noble Elite is doing such a good job here. And it just proves that sometimes it's whoever wants it more. But saying that though, it's just trades back and forth between both teams and both teams of players, both on the same percentage from the Colette Supers early on. And now things are starting to swing the tide here, as now Curse does inflict a little bit more onto that safe. But Lifepool is just trying to stay alive. Trick is trying to help him out. Spruce is rejoining the fray and trying to recover at the same time, with Yoshi just hiding behind that structure, waiting for the right moment to do a little bit of damage. But it's not going to help out here, as now you can see Yoshi finally get taken down by Spruce, and now he's got free roam onto that safe. But then again, Lifepool is now going to be trying to be pushing up here, so we've got my words a little bit muddled up, as YDE and Curse still holding that middle side, with Yoshi going to continue to rejoin. But Noble Elite not looking too bad.
No, they definitely aren't. Curse does lose quite a bit of HP, but a nice super once more. He's like a shot away from his next one. Here we go. and that's going to be picking up a kill as well. Lifepool does find him eventually, but Yoshi does survive, gets another shot off. I think Lifepool should be able to hit his super. Yeah, indeed, he survives through that. YDE, though, doing a good job at defending, does get his super ready for next one. Curse was another super to connect. It's only 9% separating EXO from the top 8 in the playoffs. YD looking to potentially make a jump for it, as he is gonna go for it. That's 1%, and that's gonna be over. XO taking down Noble Elite. Croco 3-1 in sets in what was a bit of a more complicated match for EXO than what we truly expected, but they do hold on, they do hold tight, and they secure the game set and match. EXO taking down Noble Elite Croco, giving them a top 12 placement as EXO. They will keep fighting in that top 8.
Yeah, commiserations to Noble Elite. They really did have a good run. I wouldn't say every second was decisive, depending on the circumstances of a lot of those games. I do feel like EXO did have some convincing wins, which kind of showed, you know, the potential of what could happen later on in the series. I would have been gobsmacked if Noble Elite took them to a set 5. We were expecting like a clean sweep or maybe a cheeky set for Noble Elite, but, you know, much better from what we saw compared to the previous matchup, but they're not going to get a repeat scoreline. Sadly for them, that is going to be it for Noble Elite, like Teddy's already mentioned, with the top 12 placement. So EXO, they do come second in this group, and it's going to be a very messy playoff because we're going to see potential, you know, even more upsets later on. Clash not looking their best, but it is going to be a different day tomorrow when the playoffs do start, so hopefully they will play a little bit better. But EXO didn't really play too bad either. I just kind of felt like it was Noble Elite just playing much better than usual. Like, you know, they seem to be more on form, and EXO were just playing pretty standard. But even when you see there, Noble Elite actually had 5 more kills and inflicted another 21,000 more damage in comparison, which is a little bit shocking to say, but they were just more focused on that save, which is why the damage counter was a little bit different, as we're just going to go through the highlights of the entire series. But Noble Elite, they shouldn't be, you know, annoyed with themselves. They put up a very good fight, and EXO, you know, they should have been a bit more cautious. They definitely gave them some hope that they could definitely take the series. But yeah, some of those games were quite convincing for EXO, which kind of was a good indicator of what we expected throughout the entire series. So that's it. We have our final 8 teams ready for the playoffs tomorrow, as EXO are the final team to go through.
Yeah, good stuff from EXO. Maybe a bit less convincing than I would have hoped to see from them, especially, you know, with both the monthly finals and the rest of the play of the top 8 being tomorrow coming up. So, you know, to stand a chance against some other teams, which they could potentially face SK. I think who else could they face in number 1 seeding? Well, I mean, we'll find out anyways,
Na'Vi,
right?
Yeah.
Na'Vi, that is a good one. There's a couple more. Yeah, that's gonna be all very interesting, right? That's gonna be all very interesting. There are some against who they will be standing a chance, but it is gonna be really a complicated top 8. The quarterfinals are gonna be super complicated for so many different teams, but I think that's gonna make them a lot of fun as well, as they will be so hard to predict. With some really strong teams still at play in those playoffs. So yeah, great stuff from EXO. They're able to seal the deal here with this, was the first round of the playoffs. Tomorrow, quarterfinals. The day after, we have the semis and grand finals. So we got quite a bit to go through still, but we are getting closer and closer to the end, as it's only the heavy hitters, the biggest teams, the best in Europe left to compete against each other.
Yeah, it's been a long, it's been 5 weeks, and finally we're gonna try and crown a champion this weekend. Playoffs do start tomorrow. Spews with a little heart shape, just to say, you know, they tried, they did the best, but, you know, GG's all round anyway. But yeah, they did really well. Like, fair play to the guys. Like, you know, it was a lot better outcome. You can see that Noble Elite are quite, you know, a momentum-based team, which you do see quite a lot of at that tier as well. So fair play to them. They did a fantastic way to go out, you know, really giving EXO a run for their money. But we will have an interview shortly with Cursed from XO. And actually, as our saver, just been told Cursed is actually ready. So we're going to see how he thinks. I'm sure, we're going to find out exactly what he thinks of that so far. Cursed, hello, mate.
Yo.
Congratulations.
Hey.
Welcome to the playoffs,
Thanks.
making it to the top 8. And,
Yep.
just a quick, easy question to start with. How do you feel?
I mean, it feels good, but I mean, we won the matches we're supposed to win, but I think we played good enough to beat Clash. So I mean, I'm a bit bitter about that, but I mean, I guess we take the qualification for the playoffs at the end of the day. But yeah, I mean, it's as expected, I guess.
I'll let Teddy take the next one.
Yeah, well, a bit of a standard questions, but which teams, that are remaining in the playoffs, do you feel like are the toughest opponents for you guys to face?
I mean, as in the same question as always, it would have to be SK and Clash. I would also include Tribe, but unfortunately they didn't make it, so yeah, SK and Clash.
Yeah, a
As
bit
always,
less scared
you
of Totem, maybe? Like, what is your reasoning regarding them?
I mean, I thought them is a good team too, but I feel like that's a team we should beat. But of course, they can put up a good fight, for sure.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very tough. Of course, coming second in the group, you will play one of those juggernauts in the top placement of the groups. And
Yeah.
just a final question from me. When you were actually playing against AC Milan Clash earlier on in the winners match, is there any, big mistakes or anything you did differently which really affected your gameplay towards Clash at all? Like, because you guys were looking very good during the first couple of sets, and then it kind of dwindled downwards a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, it started off good and then we lost hot zone with some percent. I mean, the first game it was kind of they just ran over us. We didn't really know what to do. This is pretty much the first time I ever touched this map, so we basically just used the first game to kind of feel out how we want to play it, and then obviously we won the second game and then we lost the last game by a couple of percentages, and then what was next? What was it? Brawl Ball, I think.
Yes, the second set was, I
Maybe.
think, from the top of my head.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like we played good overall. It's just a couple of minor mistakes in, for example, Wan't in the end of that last game. I feel like if we don't overcommit or stay composed, we don't let them do that comeback. So I feel like it's a close set, and obviously I would wish it went to our favor, but that didn't happen. But I guess we played decent.
Well, even though you were inexperienced on the maps, you did show a good performance against Clash. You might even get another opportunity against them, depending on how far you get into the playoffs. But
Yeah.
Curse, congratulations once again. Welcome to the top 8. It took a while, but you got there in the end, and we'll see you again tomorrow.
Yes, thanks.
And there we have it. Curse, pretty happy, pretty relieved, pretty chilled about that as well. Again, every time I ask that question, it's like, not really play that map that much here, not really play that map much there, which is, we get that answer quite a lot. So, but I'm always interested to see if they see something else. But yeah, we're not going to get any different, as we do have the standings for Group D. You can see that Clash and EXO made quick work of Activium and Noble Elite. Noble Elite with a fantastic comeback against Activium earlier with a 6-game streak, bringing that back. But it was the end of the line for them. Sadly, it's the end of the road. Their journey here is over in top 12, losing to EXO 3-1. But they did put up a pretty decent fight. And earlier on, we did have the winners match as Clash took down EXO 3-1. So there we have it. We have all 8 teams. But before we go ahead and talk about it any further, these are the group results overall. Obviously, Navi and Kozaki going through from Group A, Big and Zero Zone from Group B, SK and Reply Totem from Group C, and Group D, Clash versus EXO. Any final thoughts, Teddy? Because I'm sure there's maybe a couple of bits to talk about, as in like some of the upsets and some of the teams you probably expected to go through but didn't actually see.
I mean, to be fair, the biggest upset is going to stay, Tribe Gaming, aka Tea Drinkers, having Reply Totem going instead of them, which is not the craziest upset either, to be completely honest. I think Kozaki is quite surprising to see them going to the playoffs, but considering everything that's been going on with Mood Gaming, not that surprising either. You know what I mean? So I don't know, man. So far, it does seem like most of the big teams, the big names, are going to be in those playoffs, and I'm guessing that's the way it should be, right? The upsets we had to have, we've had, and we will be seeing those as well in the playoffs for sure. But I'm expecting some absolute fire, as there's only the best of the best left. The top 8 is just so stacked, and it's going to be leading us to some unbelievably close matches. With that being said, this is going to be the end of the broadcast for tonight. as we are done going through all our matches and this group stage of the playoffs as well. This leads us to the quarterfinals being played tomorrow. Same place, same time. We'll see you guys tomorrow.